the minister would have made sense that the portion where I say we got a breakthrough would have made sense, because you imply that I was looking for the iPad guy, simultaneously I was talking to the minister, with our communication differs in seconds. If there was a breakthrough, it means it would have been that iPad guy. So it is not, and I cannot remember this message.
Well, let me suggest to you another breakthrough that there may have been. You may have been told that there are grounds to arrest members of the PKTT for assaulting, allegedly assaulting Mr. Matlala when they arrested him on the 6th of December. And you may have reported that to the minister as a breakthrough.
Probably that would be a prophecy from somewhere.
That could be.
Maybe someone prophesizing. It's not that.
You did by this stage know that Mr. Matlala was alleging that he had been assaulted, he and his wife had been assaulted on the 6th of December.
Yes, I did. And even if those people could have been arrested, there was no need for me to tell the minister.
I see. Yeah. Well, let's look at the texts again. You've asked Mr. Matlala, still on the 23rd of December at 14:46, my brother, any news from IPID?
That's correct.
Don't get a reply from him, so you call him at 15:39 on that day.
That's correct.
Why would you be calling him? You also called him at 15:40, we see lower down.
And me and Kate were talking.
You've asked him twice for details of an iPad guy early in the day and he hasn't got back to you.
Yes, he did not come back to me.
Will you accept that the probabilities are that when you're calling him, you're looking for that iPad guy?
No, there won't be. It would have been the possibility, but if I don't remember, I don't remember. But I'm still saying I was looking for the iPad guy. And the possibility may be that, of course, I was looking for the iPad guy. But it's not easy to convey a message verbally to someone on those things. It's easy to say any iPad guy because I wanted the name. So I would want him probably to type it or to get something tangible.
So, and he hasn't yet told you who the iPad guy is? He
didn't tell me. You'll see in our chats. In some of the chats, he do acknowledges that the iPad guy could not help him and he was not brave enough. It's written in one of the messages. Yeah, there you go. On page 47, he said, on page 47, if you go there, I asked him, iPad guy can be a breakthrough. It's me saying that.
We'll come to that in due course.
And he answered, there's a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in. And I said, will it work? It never worked.
Mr. Mogotsi, we'll get to, I promise you, you'll have an opportunity to explain that chat because the word that you use calls for some explanation. But we'll get there in due course. I want to take this chronologically.
All right.
Let's see what the next stage of these proceedings is. On the 24th of December, if we go back to page 53 and your WhatsApps to the minister, you see on Tuesday, the 24th of December at 19:19, it's the minister who's initiating contact again, and he says, was the arrest effected?
This I remember.
And what do you say this was?
In the Stilfontein.
We're back with Stilfontein now.
That's correct.
Okay, I want to put it to you that that's false, and you know it's false.
It's not false, it's true. It's me who was talking to the minister. There's no way you can know that.
Sorry, no one was talking to the minister here. This was the minister texting you.
Yes, I'm saying it is me who was chatting with him, and it's me who was in contact with him. There is no way a third person can say, I'm lying, it's not true, we were talking about something else. It's true what is that you see here.
Let's see how you respond to the Minister. Well, first of all, we see that you did actually respond. Can we just stay on 53? There was a response that you sent on Tuesday, December the 24th. We can see the top, that little blue line at the top represents a message that would have come from you, but we can't see what its content was because it's obscured by the sign that says signal message. So
No,
we
but-
know you responded, and that you responded on Tuesday, December the 24th. We just don't know what you said.
Yeah, I can see, but I believe you, commissioners, this is most downloadable from the from the iPhone 16. It's supposed to come out clear. I don't know why is it like this.
Sorry, Mr. Mogotsi, this is a screenshot that you yourself took of your communications with the Minister, then WhatsApped it to Mr. Mogotsi, Mr. Madlanga.
No, I know I'm Mr. Madlanga at the moment. Yeah, but I responded there, as you say, but I know we're talking about the Stilfontein.
You know you're talking about Stilfontein now.
I can't hear the question.
You know now that that was about Stilfontein.
About the arrest. That's correct.
Who was arrested in Stilfontein?
It was, like I said, they were looking for a suspect after a community meeting, and he asked me if there was the arrest was. Then I called him. I also called him, I remember, to say there was no any arrest.
Of course, if we had access to your signal chats, all of this would be resolved, but it seems that you no longer have access to your signal.
You know, during our interaction with your office, one of the investigators told me that I should do certain things to access and talk to whoever I did. I'm going to try to I know there's going to be cross-examinations and all those things. I'll try to get these things also.
You'll
And
try
by
to
the way,
reconstruct your signal account.
Yeah, and by the way, there is a process. I believe that Ket Matlala's phone and there is going to be those messages will be re-downloaded. Perhaps at some stage we will get all these messages.
No, but what we're looking at here is not something that any re-downloading of Kat Matlala's phone will ever help us with, because this is a screenshot of your signal communications that you sent to Mr. Matlala.
Okay, commissioners, I'll go out there and see how do I get the signal. I'll try my best, because it will also help me.
It would help you to have your signal back.
No, in these proceedings, like these messages which one cannot answer, there won't be a time where someone say, I'm putting to you that you are talking about something. If the signal can work, that question will not, that statement will not come again.
A signal would help both of us, I suspect.
That's correct.
Before we leave this text, the Minister says, was the arrest effected? That's quite formal language. Is that how the Minister speaks?
I don't know the formal and informal. Commissioners, I did tell you, I do not have formal, I'm not matriculated, and I cannot literally say if this is formal and this is not formal.
Well, he isn't saying were they arrested or did they make an arrest. He's saying was the arrest effected?
On the keeping of the Stilfontein, whom the community was looking for.
Can you give us some details of this Stilfontein arrest that has now loomed so large? Who was the suspect? Was the suspect ever arrested?
I don't know anymore, but...
Sorry, you don't know anymore?
Yes, I've not been following that since...
So we can assume that in December 2024, the suspect wasn't arrested?
No, that time was not arrested.
Yeah.
I'm just saying ever since this July 6, all our lives have changed.
And I can understand that, but I'm very curious about these Stilfontein stories that we keep hearing about. Who was the suspect? What was the suspect alleged to have done?
That the king of the Zamazamas who was arrested and escaped from custody. The community was willing and they were trying to show some leads where to find the person.
Right, but that person was never arrested.
To date, I cannot confirm, but that time he was not arrested.
So when you sent a text to the minister saying you had a breakthrough, it didn't relate to the arrest of the king of the Zamazamas because he's still at large.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If it was, I would have said yes, it was the Zamazamas because the person was arrested. So since there was no any arrest effected, I cannot link the two messages.
So the breakthrough wasn't about the Zamazamas?
No, I can't remember. It was not about.
There was some other breakthrough that you can't recall?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Let's follow that chronology a bit further. Now, we need to go back to page 46. And we see on page 46 two things, which is before the ministers texted you at 1919, you've called Mr. Matlala at 1405.
No, but I don't see where you say the minister called me. Is it the same?
No, remember the minister calls you, the minister texts you on Signal, before the minister texts you on Signal.
Yes, but that means it's the separate 2 pages that you said I should keep separate.
Yes, your communications with the minister are on pages 52 and 53.
That's correct, I have it.
So, on the 24th at 1405, you had an audio call with Mr. Matlala. The minister then asks about whether an arrest has been effected at 19 hours 19, that's page 53. And nothing comes back from Mr. Matlala. But you end up calling him at 3 minutes past 11 on Christmas Eve.
Calling who, Commissioner?
Mr. Matlala. Was that because you were very anxious to find out about the iPad guy because you wanted to give the minister a Christmas present?
Commissioners, I don't know how will this be understood well that the two messages, the two communications between myself and the minister and myself and Kat do not really apply to the messages of Minister Senzo. And
well,
about the Christmas present, I don't know of a Christmas present.
I see.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens on Christmas Day. If we go down to 8:42, that's just almost 8:45 on Christmas morning, you send Mr. Matlala a WhatsApp. Good day, bro. I believe it was a misdial, sorry. 1 iPad. So on Christmas Day, you are still badgering Mr. Matlala to give you details about iPad.
Yeah, that's correct.
We go down a little bit, in fact, over the page, all the way down to 9:18 on Christmas Day on page 47. You got that?
Time?
9:18. Sort of towards the bottom of page 47.
Yes, I see.
You got it?
Yes,
you send Mr. Matlala a message, and the message says, iPad can be a breakthrough.
That's correct.
Does that word breakthrough ring a bell?
To get the iPad, I think that should be read together with page 46, where I say, good day, brah. Christmas 0842. I believe it was a misdial, sorry. Then 1, iPad. 2, court case date. 3, 25%, we may lose accommodation and flight packages. It must be read with that. So I knew that when he can get the iPad person, it will help him to deal with the police, those handled his wife and everything. But particularly for me, I wanted to know the iPad person.
Why did you want to know the iPad person?
Because he could do wonders. The way he told me he could deal with, it was his connection, and I wanted to know him, and he was telling me that guy can do wonders, can arrest.
And what would these wonders do to advance your operation?
Is to know this particular pit guy who is able to perform his duties so wonderfully, instructed by this private person.
I see. Let's follow the chats. You say iPad can be a breakthrough.
That's correct.
Was it just a coincidence that you used breakthrough in your text to the minister a couple of days earlier and breakthrough there?
Yeah, it's a coincidence.
Unfortunate coincidence.
Question, Commissioner?
An unfortunate coincidence.
Yeah, it's a coincidence.
I see. What happens later is you've texted at 9:18. Mr. Matlala says at 9:18, there's a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in. You text back at 10:32, will it work? And he says at 10:54, needs someone brave enough.
That's correct. It means that iPad guy couldn't do it, and he ended up not giving the name of the iPad guy, but the man was not brave enough.
I see. So we didn't have an iPad guy who was brave enough. Yeah. Let's go down the chat until we get to 27 December, the day that you forward him the minister's exchange. Page 52. You got it?
I got it. It's the one I have in my hand.
Indeed. On the 27th of December, you send Mr. Matlala your exchange with the minister about breakthroughs and whether arrests were effected. You follow that?
I can't follow.
What you have in your hand, pages 52 and 53, is a screenshot of your signal chat to the minister that you sent to Mr. Matlala on the 27th of December at 12:01. You'll see the date when you sent it to Mr. Matlala if you go to the top of page 52.
That's correct.
So you have a screenshot of your signal account with the minister. Take a screenshot, you forward it to Mr. Matlala on WhatsApp on the 27th of December at 12:01.
That's correct.
And what you're forwarding to him is this.
Thing of Stilfontein.
Well, you say it's a thing of Stilfontein. What it says is we got a breakthrough and was the arrest effected?
Yeah, but
and then 4 minutes after you, sorry, not 4 minutes, 12:05, 4 minutes after you've sent it to him, you send him a one-word message that says iPad.
That's correct.
Why did you send that one-word message iPad to him straight after forwarding him the minister's?
No, I was going back to the discussion, our discussion about the iPad, but I can tell you why did this message go to him of the Stilfontein. Then the police who released, let's start my work again. The police who were charged for the escape of that Kimping, which we were looking for. There was a case and they were charged. And one of these police is based here in Pretoria. And this, as I was talking, maybe this one, I can't remember, but we were talking, me and Kate, on the phone. And he told me, you know, I've got a guy. This guy can help us, because I was telling him about that guy, because the one of them who was charged staying in Pretoria. And he felt that that guy wanted to tell the truth.
Sorry, can I just clarify what you're saying now? That
Yes.
Mr. Matlala
Yes.
had told you that he knew this guy.
Who was one of the police officers who were charged for the
Okay.
escape of the kingpin.
Of allowing the kingpin to escape.
Yes, that one.
Is this the same story as that
the same
operation? Sorry, hang on a minute. The operation
Volume code.
with Colonel Maluleke that you did with the Nkabis that won you the trust of General Sibia, or is it a different situation?
No, this is a different situation. We are talking about, here's the person we wanted to have, the kingpin who ran away. Now, this kingpin who ran away, commissioners, we could not get him. Now, I reached to Matlala that, you know, we are looking for this and this and this person. The police allowed, or they ganged or whatever, but they teamed up to have this man escaped. And he said, indeed, there's one guy also from here who was working there. I think he may know how this whole thing happened.
You see, what's odd about this explanation is there's not the faintest hint of it in any of the WhatsApps that we see between yourself and Mr. Matlala, which traverse a very wide range of subjects, but never touch on Stilfontein at all.
Yeah, but we would also talk over the phone, because that was now when I was talking to him over the phone.
I see. So you're suggesting that it's just another unfortunate coincidence that when you send the minister's communication to you, to Mr. Matlala, you just happened, unfortunately, to follow it up with a one-line message saying IPID. That message was sent 4 minutes later.
Yeah, but IPID has always been our story, me and Matlala. And I told him that we are looking for this particular guy. And some of the information he provided about this police officer who was charged could not actually help us at the end of the day. We couldn't find that man. And this, for the commission's knowledge, information, those police who were charged, they are still, I think their disciplinary hearings have just been concluded. I'm not sure, since July 6.
Let's follow the chats. 12:05, you say IPID.
That's correct.
You get a response about 20 minutes later from Mr. Matlala who says, let me know when you get back.
That's correct.
12:31, you say, what does the guy need? And then you say, I'm heading to Cape Town for January the 8th at 12:32. And then Mr. Matlala writes back to you at 12:37. The case needs to have assault for him to effect arrest.
That's correct.
He uses that same phrase, effect arrest. Is that another coincidence?
That's correct. Well, that's an English word, eh? Which is
It is an English word. It's quite a formal way of describing the process of arresting someone.
Yeah, but this cat, I couldn't tell him what to write and how not to write. It's an
Yes,
English
but
word.
so it's another one of these inexplicable, unfortunate coincidences that he just happens to use the same formal language as the minister does when he comes to describing the process of arrest.
No, probably not like the minister does. Maybe just because he just copied maybe from what I sent him Or is it an English that came to him that time? Just an English word.
I see, because he then goes on to use what sounds like his own English when he says he's saying he can't do arrest if there's no J88 to prove assault.
That's correct.
And my wife is not keen to open up an assault case. The guards who were assaulted at my house only coming back in January, they went home for Christmas.
That's correct. May I add something here, Commissioner? The formal way of writing, you see, if you can check how I write and how Kat writes, usually, the case needs to have, yes, he types his sentences in full. He likes typing formally. That's how he types, unlike me. So his English is very, very formal.
Is he can't do arrest a formal description in the sentence that's typed in full?
I can't understand the question, Commissioner.
You're saying when he types in full, he likes to use formal English, but
That's
in
correct.
this paragraph where he types in full, first he says the case needs to have assault for him to effect arrest, mirroring exactly what the minister said. And then he says he's saying he can't do arrest if there's no J88. Is do arrest a formal, Mr. Matlala's usual formal style for typing out long sentences?
Yeah, but this is how it's written. I don't know if commissioners, was he expected to repeat effect arrest so that the English could be proper?
You were the one who said he writes formally when he writes in long sentences.
Yeah, and formally, commissioners, we cannot repeat the sentence, the words. Like here, he doesn't even say to open a case. If it's me, I would write 2 in a number. And I'll open up an assault case. I would have just said a criminal or a case. But I'm trying to show you that he even put a comma. That's very formal way of writing. Comma, the guards who were assaulted at my house, everything is formal, how he types.
You see, Mr. Matlala, what I'm going to put to you is that it is absolutely clear from these chats that what you and the minister were discussing on 23 and 24 December was the possible arrest of PKTT members by IPID in relation to the events during the 6th December operation at Mr. Matlala's house.
No, that was not the discussion. That was not the discussion. It cannot be that I can discuss the arrest of these PKTT members with the minister. And to be clear with you, I know who can arrest and who has that power to arrest the PKTT. I cannot even think that I can rely on Matlala. I wanted the IPID guy. So the notion that you are saying is totally not true.
Why did you want the IPID guy?
Because they said he can do wonders. And the wonders meaning he could. And I wanted to know who this person was. It was not the first time I hear about him. It was not the first time.
So what were you hoping to achieve through the IPID guy?
After I got him.
Who did you want the IPID guy to arrest?
No, I did not want that. I was not interested in how the IPID will arrest those people. I wanted to know the IPID guy.
Why did you want to know an IPID guy?
This is for my investigation, for my own operation.
For what purpose?
Purpose will never be understood, Commissioner. I wanted this particular guy.
This particular IPID guy?
That's correct.
The one who Mr. Matlala had been speaking to at a certain stage?
That's correct.
What was so special about that guy?
Commissioners, you know, I know IPID people. I know a lot of them. I interacted with even the investigators. I know a lot of them. I did not need Matlala to help me find an iPad person who can effect any arrest. I said I wanted the iPad guy for my own purpose, for whatever that I wanted him for. Not what you are implying that we were planning that the iPad should arrest the PKTT members.
But why then would iPad be a breakthrough in your own words?
I don't understand you. From the message that I said.
You send a message, iPad can be a breakthrough.
I remember when you talked to Madlanga, I wanted the iPad guy. He wanted him to assist him to arrest people who assaulted his wife. For me to support him, I must keep on saying, I must get this iPad guy to get you these people.
And what was going to be so special about this one iPad guy, as opposed to all of the other iPad guys you know?
You see, I'm not at liberty to tell. I'll be opening another can as to what this particular iPad guy do, according to Madlanga.
All right, well, I put it to you that your version here is transparently false, but I'm not going to take it further.
Yeah, Mr. Chaskalson, are you leaving this chat?
I'm leaving this chat, but I'm moving on to other signal chats, which will cast further light on it.
I just need the witness to clarify. Mr. Mogotsi, whose arrest were you discussing with Mr. Matala in the last chat on page 53? Because it does refer to somebody's arrest, and it says the wife is not willing to open an assault case. The guards who were assaulted at my house are only coming back in January. So whose arrest are you discussing in this chat?
The people who went to his house.
The PKTT.
Those that went to his house and harassed him.
The PKTT. Yes or no?
Yes. If it was the PKTT, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Well, you will recall later on that when you send Mr. Matala news of the disbandment decision, you say the people who arrest you, that unit's been disbanded.
Yes, I remember.
So it was the PKTT people you were looking to have arrested.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can we then go to the next text, which also seems to be a text to the Minister from you targeting the PKTT and its leadership? Can we go to page 57?
57.
57. And you'll see that on the 31st of December at 11:18, you forward to Mr. Matala a screenshot of another message that you have sent to the Minister. And you'll recall that we discussed this message yesterday. It's a message that refers to a Constitutional Court judgment on 20 December 2024, the Makala judgment. And you say to the Minister, Minister, I'm going to get the case number and this judgment for you. Now we've got something proven by the court. This is the matter now which either Sibia or the Minister can charge Khumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. It took the Constitutional Court to release a man who was sentenced to life imprisonment through a forced Section 204 confession. Imagine, Comrade Senzo, after 30 years of democracy having this kind of policing. The good thing now is that these are not allegations but a court judgment. We discussed this briefly again yesterday. And can you just run us through your reasoning as to why this would afford a basis for the charging of General Khumalo?
As we were discussing yesterday, I did say the head of the PKTT should account or take responsibility if this has been decided by the court.
Who told you about this case?
Commissioner?
Who told you about this case, this judgment?
I can't remember where I saw it, but I can't remember who sent me that charge. It was on the news, I think. This was on the news on the 24th.
Do you know that there's not a single mention of the PKTT or, in fact, General Khumalo in the judgment?
Yeah, I was informed here yesterday by Madam Commissioner. And I thought it was the PKTT.
You thought it was the PKTT?
Yes.
Why did you think the minister would be interested in the idea of charging General Khumalo arising from this judgment, assuming you were right that it was the PKTT?
And I did not think he'll be interested. I was just showing him my view that time, of which I even found it that it is probably the National Commissioner or whoever we can charge them, not the minister.
What's interesting about what you write to the minister is well, there are at least two features of what you write to him that I would submit are interesting. The first is you say you're going to get the case number and this judgment for you. Now we got something proven by the court. Who's the we?
Me and people, whoever sent me that thing, and even when we speak actually, me and the person who sent me that thing will refer to ourselves as we, and even me when I speak to the minister, I may end up saying we.
So we includes the minister, I would have thought. If you write to someone or if you say to someone, we have this or we should do that, you're saying that person and yourself are the we.
No, not in this one.
So this was not...
If the message talks about democracy and after 30 years, we means the people of South Africa, means the public.
So this is like the royal we.
Yeah, no, yes. Not,
you're speaking on behalf of the whole South African nation.
No, whoever who has this particular interest that someone is being acquitted after being sentenced to life, those that see this as an achievement.
But why would you write to the minister about this?
The minister, irrespective of for which department, even if this was in relation to minerals, I would write to the Minister of Minerals. If it was about sports, we will write to the Minister of Sports.
On his personal Signal account?
On any platform where you are able to find him.
Then you say, this is the matter now which either Sibiya or the minister can charge Khumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. So you're suggesting to the minister that he should discipline General Khumalo?
As a public, yes, as a South African, I was not the first person to suggest. Where we want accountability, you will even say, Minister, fire these people, or Minister, do this.
But you're not an ordinary member of the public in relation to the minister, Mr. Mogotsi. You're someone who the minister has been phoning on several occasions on WhatsApp, on Signal.
As a comrade, and it should not be misconceived that if someone is a comrade and you being a comrade, the moment he becomes a minister, is no more a comrade. You will still call him, he will still call you.
And in your testimony a few minutes ago, you said it may be the National Commissioner to do the disciplining. But in this message, you didn't mention the National Commissioner, you mentioned Sibiya. Why did you mention Sibiya?
I don't know why I mentioned Sibiya, but I mentioned it.
Come now, Mr. Mogotsi, you do know why you mentioned Sibiya. Why would you have mentioned Sibiya?
Commissioners, if you know why I mentioned him, please be at liberty to tell the Commission why.
I'm not saying I know, I'm saying that you know.
When you say I know, it means you know that I know.
Why on earth would you mention a deputy national commissioner in relation to the discipline of General Khumalo? What could General Sibiya have anything? What relevance could General Sibiya have to the disciplinary process?
No, I understand the question. Sorry for wasting Commission's time. The Deputy National Commissioner of Detection is, we like using the word the boss to both the Divisional Commissioner of Intelligence, General Khumalo. He is the immediate supervisor, he is the immediate person above him.
So you're saying that General Khumalo reports to General Sibiya?
Definitely.
Well, I think you're wrong in that regard. Is that what you thought?
I'm not wrong.
You are wrong. It's not a debate that we need to have with you. It's a legal fact that we can debate at the end of this commission.
Okay, may I clarify this to the Commission? The Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence is accountable to the DNC, to the Deputy National Commissioner.
Who told you this? Is that what General Sibiya told you when, in your meetings with him when he was handling your operation?
No, I know.
Is it what your handlers told you?
It's I can even say it's my handler, but I know that the Deputy National Commissioner is above the Divisional Commissioner. They are both Lieutenant Generals, but this one is a Divisional Commissioner. The Deputy National Commissioner is above the Divisional Commissioner.
It's not a debate that I want to have with you, but I do want to know where you get that view.
It's not a view. The only person who's above the Deputy National Commissioner is the National Commissioner. And underneath the Deputy National Commissioner is the Divisional Commissioner.
Well, let's leave that there. I just want to find out from you, was the Minister receptive to your suggestion that General Khumalo should be charged arising out of the Makala judgment?
It is quite clear even on the message, he did not even respond to me.
No, it's not clear on the message that he did not respond. We don't know what happened in your signal communications with the Minister, because this is the only piece of the screenshot we see.
No, I know he did not respond.
So he didn't respond at all to this message?
He never responded.
But he did respond to other messages later?
Like I say, he did not respond to this particular message.
I see. We do know, however, and we'll get to it in due course, that he asked his chief of staff to set up a meeting for you on the 3rd of February at a later stage.
At the legislature?
The chief of staff testified yesterday, having looked at the minister's diary, that the minister had tasked him to set up a meeting for you and the minister on the 3rd of February.
Or with some comrades, that's correct.
Right. We'll get to that meeting a little later. Chair, I think I've run over time here.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:25.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Chair, I am going to move to a new topic now. If the commissioners have any questions on the topics of those two chats that we've traversed, I'll pause here.
Thank you. For me, just a few on one aspect, the Constitutional Court judgment. Mr. Mogotsi, by saying that you were still going to get the judgment, when you wrote to the minister about it, you had obviously not read the judgment itself, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Since you had not read the judgment, you must have heard about what you say in your text to the minister about the judgment, correct?
That's correct.
What exactly had you heard?
PKTT members is a acquittal of the people who were forced into 204 statement by the PKTT members.
Who had told you this?
It was, like I said, it came from the social, not like news or online news thing, but whoever sent it to me said the PKTT members.
So there are two things here. What the person who communicated with you said, and also what was in the news. So I want to be sure about the mention of the PKTT.
Yeah.
Was it by the person who communicated with you, or was it by the media? Was it in the news?
Yeah, it was in the news, but like senior counsel was saying, so you thought it was the PKTT. I acceded, yes.
Yeah. So are you saying specifically that the news mentioned the PKTT?
The person who sent me the message on WhatsApp, they showing me the PKTT members.
Not the news, not the news.
Yeah.
So the news made no mention of the PKTT.
Yeah, I cannot confirm it was the news. No, did not.
And who was the person who told you this?
It's one of the, is it on the group or, but there is this 3 groups. I can try and verify where this thing come from. Maybe after lunch, I should just go in and look for it quickly. I can try and get where and the source of that.
How was this communicated to you?
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp.
Yes.
Oh, so you still have this somewhere?
No, if you go to, if it was a news link, I will have to look for that particular phrase, like 204. Go to Google just to research quickly how was it phrased.
Without suggesting that news is always accurate, but I would be very surprised that this was in the news, because this case had nothing to do with the PKTT. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, the fact that the question was posed as to whether Mr. Mogotsi, did you read the statement? Answering no means I cannot I should be directed given what the fact says as we speak.
I will tell you that the judgment concerned events that took place in the Western Cape that had nothing to do with the PKTT. Do you accept that?
I accept on the basis that probably I did not read the judgment. I accept that the judgment may have not said the PKTT, but I know that I don't know if commissioner is saying it has nothing to do with the PKTT because it's not in the KZN.
No.
No, if that's not the case.
I'm just stating the fact
The
that
fact.
that case had nothing to do with the PKTT.
Okay, I accede.
But I may add also that what we have heard thus far, unless you're going to suggest otherwise, is that the PKTT was involved in KZN and also in the Eastern Cape Fort Hare cases and in Mthatha case. And we've not heard anything else. Yes, a few members came to assist in Gauteng. That's all we have heard. But that's not the point I was making. I was just saying to you that case had nothing to do with the PKTT.
I agree.
It related to Western Cape events that had nothing to do with the PKTT.
I agree, Commissioner.
Why did you rush to tell the minister about the judgment when you had not yourself read the judgment?
Like I said, it happened so quickly, and even to date, I've not read the judgment. It happened that quickly, and I typed that message. I thought it was the PKTT.
All right. Just remind me again, what do you say about sourcing for us the information that relates to what was communicated to you? Are you saying you're going to get that for us?
No, I was saying it was before you say it's a fact, Commissioner. Now that you say it's a fact, there's nothing, there's no need for me to look for anything.
No, I'm interested in who told you about this.
No, I would not even find who told me. I was going to check how was it phrased, whether it is phrased in some of the media links. But if you
right,
say it's a fact,
let me ask you directly then. Who gave you that information? The information that this was about the PKTT. Who gave you that information?
I can't remember.
On something that you consider to be so crucial, Minister, we are going to be, you and General Sibia now have a basis for having General Khumalo arrested. Surely that must have been something quite important to you, was it not? The arrest of a general, especially at your instance, is not something that happens every day. Is that not so?
It is so. I believe, commissioners, it seems like it is about General Khumalo. Here, I'm talking of people who were sent to life, were sentenced to life. They had to go. It's not easy to go from High Court to SCA and finally get a judgment in the Constitutional Court. It's not everyone. So I'm saying that how much they lost, the time in prison, all their resources. I even said, even after 30 years of democracy, I was just feeling for those people. Where I am wrong is to align or attach that to the PKTT.
Did you not consider this subject to be of importance?
It is important. It was important.
The subject that you communicated with the minister about, did you not consider it to be important?
I did.
So I would have thought that it should be quite easy to know who communicated to you the fact that this was about the PKTT.
You know, it could have, even the message that I sent that talks about the property from the CI and this, I cannot really tell you now who sent it to me, but it's very, very important.
Thank you, thank you. Advocate Baloyi.
Thank you.
Baloyi, sing Baloyi.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Still on that message or exchange with the minister, that page 52 that you were discussing now with the chairperson, you say there that the minister or Sibia or General Sibia can charge Khumalo. That's what you say. I didn't hear your explanation why you skipped the National Commissioner.
I was saying General Sibia was the immediate manager, line manager to General Khumalo.
Yes. And then you say the minister, the executive authority that can do that. And my question is, the operational issues of discipline are not, at least in my understanding, are not ministerial functions. Why do you say the minister and skip the National Commissioner?
Yes, the letter, this message was directed to the minister, and as I said, I also realized, as you speak of the internal processes, that the minister cannot charge an individual.
No, but you understand, I think you earlier on told Mr. Chaskalson that you know the workings of the SAPS, so you know that the minister cannot discipline. It must mean that you know that.
I said I didn't, I realized later that it is not the minister who can do that. It is, remember, it is not that I am acquainted with or conversant with everything in SAPS.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And where in that message you say, now we got something. Now we got something. Before this, you were searching. It suggests that before this you had been searching and you were not succeeding, and now we got them. Am I wrong to read that the emphasis of now to mean that? That you're telling the minister, we've been looking, now we've got something to discipline them.
Yeah, you are not wrong to think it that way, but that's not what I
So
meant.
you say I'm not wrong.
No, you have to think, Commissioner is saying, Madam Commissioner is saying, do you agree that I'm not wrong to think this way? Indeed, you are not wrong to think that way.
Okay. So I'm correct that the communication here means you had been looking for something, and now you're telling the minister we've got them finally.
Not necessarily, Commissioner. Maybe the word, English is very troublesome. We just like it. Maybe I just said, now we have something. But I did not imply, as SC was saying, if I mention something, there must have been some communication.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Why are you sending your communication with the minister to Mr. Matala about judgments and about Khumalo being disciplined? Why did you think, or why did you know, in fact, that it would be of interest to Mr. Matala that you are communicating this with the minister?
I was showing him that I'm still close to the minister, and the PKTT, which was, it was news for him also, good news, that he hears it from me, that suggestion, because he talks about the PKTT.
Sorry, your answer is?
It would interest him, according to me. I just thought, because the PKTT, just like the letter that I said, the PKTT that came to your house, he will have interest in that to hear if I suggest that, because that was what I was thinking.
No, but you see, your text doesn't mention the PKTT, it mentions Khumalo.
Yeah.
So you knew he would be interested that Khumalo is to be disciplined, that you're talking to the minister about disciplining Khumalo. You knew that.
It's true. Khumalo, who is the head of the PKTT?
Why did you think Mr. Matala has an interest in Khumalo being disciplined?
Not Khumalo only.
No, you're referring to Khumalo here.
Yes,
let's take it one step at a time. Your message here speaks only to Khumalo. You haven't said in this message anyone else is to be disciplined, right? You say Khumalo will be disciplined. The question is, why did you think Mr. Matala has an interest in knowing that you're speaking to the minister about disciplining Khumalo?
Yeah, it's because Khumalo is the head of the PKTT. And like as I said yesterday, I thought, commissioners, if you can know what I think of that message now, it's totally different from what I thought then. Now I can see this message did not have any weight, it's meaningless. But that time I thought, because PKTT is headed by General Khumalo, so for this thing that people went to prison for nothing, he must also be accountable. That's what I thought.
No, but you see, you're wrong. The message is not meaningless, then and now. It's not meaningless, it's very meaningful. You're telling the minister, here's a judgment, you, CBA, must discipline, right? It must discipline Khumalo. And you share that with Matala, who has an interest because PKTT people have come to his house. So it is a meaningful message. You can't downplay it now, Mr. Mogotsi.
The content to think that to say Khumalo must be disciplined,
yes,
it's very wrong. That's what I'm saying. Because in the first place, like what you alluded to yesterday, if this was a criminal case and you ask me, did Khumalo arrest those people and force them to vote? The answer would be no, and I will be at fault with that.
Okay. And then you've said to the chairperson, and I think it's not the first time, that you did not read this judgment that you are referring to. It was given to you and you just forwarded it to the minister, or you told the minister. Yes. Let me correct that. You were told about the judgment and then you mentioned it to the minister, and then you say, Khumalo, you didn't read this judgment, right?
That's correct.
Now, you've admitted the judgment doesn't refer to PKTT and doesn't refer to Khumalo at all. Is this, you accept that this is yet another case of you saying things that are not supported by facts? So you communicate to the minister something that you didn't check and that is untrue. This judgment has nothing to do with the PKTT. You accept that?
Excellent.
Okay. Now, the WhatsApp exchange is in page 52, if you would just go there. And I have only one question maybe about it. You say, why did you share this with Madlanga? Why did Madlanga, because it's quite cryptic, by the way. So on its face, it doesn't tell anything. It just says, please update. That's page 52. Minister Mchunu said that to you. You say to him, you say something, it was during your tenure, you had said that at 3:07, you said you don't remember what that was. There are a number of telephone calls, and then you say we got a breakthrough on the 24th, and then the next page is the minister asking, was the arrest effected? Now, anyone reading this, unless you tell us what you were discussing with Mr. Madlanga so that this makes sense, anyone reading this exchanges between you and Mr. Madlanga, it doesn't make sense. It lacks content. Why do you share this with Mr. Madlanga when it has absolutely no content, unless on the phone call you have discussed with him and he knows exactly what these communications are about?
It is not that, it is just that now I don't remember. It's not that I'm saying this never happened, or that time it had a meaning. I so wish I could remember, but I don't remember.
And so you don't remember why you even shared with Mr. Madlanga?
No, Madlanga had to keep him abreast that I'm working with the minister. That is something else.
Okay.
I would always talk to him.
And here you are working with the minister about what? His contract is not yet cancelled, as I understand. It's December 27th. Why do you need to be persuading Mr. Madlanga that you are working with the minister about what?
Not to work with the minister, that I'm close to you. I'm showing him that I always talk to him.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, his contract is not cancelled yet at this point, so why do you need to persuade him that you are working with the minister or you are close to the minister?
You know, I don't know how to put it, commissioners. If you want to win somebody's trust, and then and you work, how do I put it? Like any other message that I send him about the intelligence vehicles and what, is to show a person that I'm doing my job. This is what I'm doing and I'm working with the minister. The unfortunate part is that the minister didn't know. Hence, you'll just show someone that you're working with the minister.
Okay. Now, lastly, it's the discussion about the IPID guy. I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I understood your evidence this morning to be that you were not interested in the arrest itself, but in the IPID guy. You wanted to know who is this IPID guy.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. Mainly, I wanted to know in particular who's this person.
What does mainly mean, that qualifier?
In the midst of all these things, that yes, he needed to get justice for his wife and his assault, But my focus was to get this iPad person.
So you were interested in an arrest as well being made?
Yeah, the arrest is not about interest. I mean, if someone is being arrested and his wife being beaten up in front of him, that just is, no one has the right to do that.
Okay.
I cannot deny that the arrest, I would even want to see it. I mean, yeah.
You actually encouraged it because you actually helped him to go and open a case in
Yes.
Soweto.
It's true, that's correct, Commissioner.
And according to you, who would have been arrested on that case? You know the facts. You know who went to his house.
No, I was,
Who according to you, would have been arrested?
would be the person who manhandled his wife and him.
And you wanted the name of the IPID guy that would help him with that?
No, because he mentioned him along those lines, I also wanted to know him as to who is this person.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner,
Sorry, yes.
I'm sitting here, asking myself questions as I'm responding one by one. And I'm responding to the same table that says to me, even the oath that I have taken, they don't believe it is binding my conscience. If someone is in my shoes, does it really help for me to be here? Or as we go on, it will start to bind in the mind of the commissioners? Is it still appropriate for me to be sitting here giving evidence on a known fact that the oath that I've taken doesn't help?
Mr. Mogotsi, please do not make a mistake. What is put to you by way of questioning in no way means that decisions, conclusive findings have been made by this commission. I think you asked me a similar question yesterday. I forget, or I think you asked whether we believe that you are in fact a co-agent. Am I mistaken? I think that's the question you put.
That was the question.
And I said to you, Mr. Mogotsi, we are going to make our findings at some stage down the line. So take it from me when I say at this stage we have not made any findings, but that does not mean that we will not test what you are saying or what is apparent to us from documents. We are going to test that. All of that will assist us in the end in making findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, Mr. Mogotsi, I thought I had finished about the IPID guy. I have one last question that I wanted to ask that I overlooked. At page 47, right at the bottom of those exchanges, you say to Mr. Matala, this is still about the IPID guy, I think in the sequence of conversations.
47.
Yes. 47, yes. Right at the bottom? So the exchange before that is from Mr. Matala. He says to you, there's a bit of a hurdle there, but I will fill you in. Now, we know from earlier evidence that you gave that this conversation is still about the IPID person, but then the very last comment is from you, or message is from you, where you say, will it work? What were you asking here? What would work? Remember, it's about the IPID person. He's just said to
Yes,
you.
but,
Yes.
he said I wanted to know if he said there's a bit of a hurdle. I just want to know, but will it work?
What will work ultimately?
Whatever that is doing with the IPID person.
Will the IPID person go
Succeed,
and
yes.
Okay, no, let me just make sure that you understand what I'm asking. When you ask him, will it work here? Were you asking him, will the IPID person make the arrest happen?
Definitely.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
It is still morning, Mr. Mogotsi. I didn't want to say good afternoon. The charts that we have been looking at, especially the one on page, it starts on page 57, continues to page 58. So you see that the date of those charts is 31 December 2024.
That's correct.
Yes, and these are the chats between you and Mr. Madlanga because they were obtained from Mr. Madlanga's phone.
That's correct.
And we know that 31 December 2024 is the date when the minister drafted the disbandment letter.
That's correct.
We can accept that.
You accept it.
Did you know that the minister was at home on that day?
I did not know where the minister was.
You did not know. And you sending your communication with the minister to Mr. Madlanga, correct?
That's correct.
Because on 31 December 2024, you want to show Mr. Madlanga that you and the minister are discussing the PKTT, or at least people in the leadership of the PKTT, correct?
Not discussing that, I sent him a message.
Yes.
Remember, the minister did not respond.
Yes.
If it's me, it was a one-way communication.
No, I'm saying you are sending this to Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
And the purpose of you sending it to Mr. Madlanga is to show Mr. Madlanga that at least you are discussing the PKTT with the minister.
Yeah, that I sent him
Yes.
a message, yes.
And that you are portraying the PKTT, or at least its leadership, in a negative light. Is that correct? Because
not
you're not
portraying-
saying positive things about the PKTT or its
In
leadership.
that context, yes.
Yeah. So you are portraying the PKTT in a negative light.
To Madlanga.
You are showing Madlanga
That's
that
correct.
you are portraying to the minister the PKTT in a negative light.
No, I'm not showing that. It's not in that context. To show, this is where there's a court judgment,
Yes.
it's a fact. You don't portray, you are showing him, this is now what I think
Yes.
the PKTT have done, and this is what my suggestion is
Yes.
to the minister.
So you are suggesting to the minister that the PKTT is doing wrong things.
That there's a court judgment.
Yes.
Yes, not the PK. Here we are not referring mainly to the PKTT. I'm referring to the judgment, that here's the judgment, and I feel the leader of the PKTT should be accountable.
Yes.
Yes,
No, we're saying the same thing. You were referring to a judgment,
yes.
but what interested you in the judgment was the conduct of the PKTT,
That's correct.
which you thought was bad.
Inappropriately so, yes.
Yes. And this is around 11:18 in the morning, so it's 18 minutes after 11.
Yes.
Yes. And then what follows this text is a text on page 59 to Mr. Madlanga, where you say to him, today is D-Day on the other side. You see that?
I see that 100%.
And what I'm going to suggest to you is that the only thing of relevance or significance that happened that day is the disbandment of the PKTT by the minister.
Absolutely.
At least that is relevant to Mr. Madlanga. I mean, I'm sure the whole country would have been celebrating the end of the year. But in these exchanges, the only thing of significance that happened that day is the disbandment of the PKTT.
That's correct. That's
Yes.
correct.
And this suggests, at least to me, that at 11:32 on the 31st of December 2024, you knew that PKTT was going to be disbanded that day, and that's the message you were sending to Mr. Madlanga, that this is D-Day, this is the day when PKTT is going to be disbanded.
The suggestion, Commissioner, is misplaced, Commissioner. Here it was a D-Day. Remember I said it was, this is what I said. If you check the message, outstanding issues. But from the top, it starts by, I'm now worried, my brother.
Yes.
He said, worried about. And I said, the outstanding issues, now this again. Then I said, okay, today is the D-Day. on the other side, I think you must also stand back. The D-Day was the pay for the payment of the January 8. And then to stand back, look, this is now what supports the stand back. He asked me, stand back, don't understand what you mean. Then I only spoke about your safety and business, because I did allude even yesterday. It was after I heard that they were going to Madlanga. I don't want to say attack, but they were going to do a similar thing which they did previously. That is why I even say, if you check the next one, I said, we must just fight what comes your way to help him. It was his way. It has nothing to do with the PKTT and all those stuff and all those things. Now, I don't know, Commissioner, if I should talk about the letter that you say it gave impression to the minister, and I've also showed to Kate.
No, no,
I
I did not ask about that. I'm only focusing on this text.
Yeah,
So, D-Day to you referred to payments for 8 January.
That's correct.
So why did it have to be D-Day on the 31st of December?
Because
2024.
it was what we agreed with the arrangement for the people who were going to Cape Town that we're going to pay. And the focus, as I've said, let's say there's no D-Day, and I say you must stand back, and he asked me from what, and I say for your safety and your business. If it was the PKTT, when he says stand back from what, I should have said something big is coming that is going to make you happy, or something to show that I was awaiting the disbandment. But we were talking specifically about his safety and his business.
Yes. And his safety and his business have
correct.
everything to do with PKTT and not the 8 January event of the ANC.
Yes, that's what I said, because the D-Day is separate.
Yes.
On other issues, is a D-Day on the other side.
Yes.
Yes, but now,
And then when he asks you why he must stand back, you say it relates to your safety and your business.
Business, yes.
Which means it relates to the PKTT.
because they were going to go, as I heard, they were going to go to him again. There was a stage when they took all his firearms, whereas he's running a private security, doing some VIP. That's what he was telling me. You could not run that without firearms.
Yesterday, you told us that in September 2024, you assisted some people to open a case against the PKTT in Midrand. Do you remember that?
Against General Mkhwanazi, yes.
Yes. Did you tell the minister about that?
No.
In December 2024, did you have, other than the text that we have seen, did you have discussions with the minister about the PKTT and their raid at Mr. Matlala's house and business? Did you tell the minister about that?
I can't remember.
You can't, but it's possible that you did.
No.
No, but if you can't remember, then you can't say it did not happen. Either you remember or you don't remember.
No, I never told the minister. And if I don't remember, doesn't mean I did.
Yes.
If one cannot remember, you know, it's just that this is here now. You will find out even this letter that I wrote to the minister, I may have sent to another person also about the judgment, constitutional court judgment. But I don't remember sending or informing the minister that they have beaten Kat's wife, and I know. And I never even spoke to the minister about Kat.
Yes. Okay. And then one last point, just looking at the long text on page 58 and the content of the long text, I think my colleague, Commissioner Baloy, has taken you through it. You are advising or suggesting to the minister that either he or Sibiya must charge Khumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. Do you see that?
I see that.
Do you accept that on its face, this is you interfering with police matters at a high level, on matters that have nothing to do with you or your community in the Northwest? Do you accept that this is interference in police matters?
Commissioners, you seeing me sitting here, it should not go out of the mind of the commissioners that I'm still a citizen of South Africa. I'm still an individual. it's not the first time, that I send a message to someone or request an intervention of some sort from other people. I did. So to write this, I can give you two practical examples. There is one general of the army from Mahikeng. He was a well-known person, General Madumani. He had some problems before he passed on. The commission, I don't know if you are aware, I called the deputy president, Mashatile, and he referred me to the HOD requesting an intervention. Unfortunately, the HOD, as we were starting, the person passed on. I'm saying it is possible, it may have been, this should not be misconstrued just because it's Minister Senzo. Even if it was like the same, the former Minister Brigitte, I would call him. I would send him messages. It's not in the start because of Minister Senzo.
Mr. Mogotsi, I'm being patient. The case in Cape Town had nothing to do with you. It had nothing to do with your community. And here you are advising a minister to charge a senior general in the subs. I'm saying to you, that is interference in police matters.
Commissioner, it means you are suggesting to me what happens in the Cape Flats, people being raped and killed, has nothing to do with me and the commissioner. Commissioner, this is South Africa. It is our South Africa. There's nothing wrong to tell a member of parliament or the president or whoever about a particular problem in Eastern Cape or elsewhere. Besides being an agent, this should not be brought in my line of work.
So let me put it the other way. If Mr. Ket Madlanga had said to the minister, I want you to arrest Khumalo or to charge Khumalo, as an ordinary citizen, that would have been fine. There would have been nothing wrong with that.
There was nothing wrong with that. I mean, it is him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chaskalson?
Chair, there is one follow-up question that I just do want to ask, and I just want to clarify with you, Mr. Mogotsi. It's that chat from the minister when he asks, was the arrest effected? And if I understood your evidence correctly, you were saying what he was actually interested in was the escape of the Zama Zama kingpin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So he wanted the Zama Zama kingpin arrested because the Zama Zamas had arrested and some police had conspired, had been arrested, and some police had conspired to let the kingpin go at Stilfontein.
Not in that context, commissioners. I say there was a community meeting which the minister went to meet with the community leaders. And that particular commitment and intention from the community was made that the community was going to arrest this person, the Zama Zama kingpin. So I'm trying to say, he asked me specifically, because I was with that community, to find out, did they effect that arrest? Did they find the person?
And are we talking about the Zama Zamas who were underground in Stilfontein? Was the community going to go underground and arrest the Zama Zamas?
No, the kingpin was arrested and he escaped. He did not escape back into the hole.
So this was after they'd come up and been arrested and escaped?
That's correct.
You see, Mr. Matlala, that's what I thought your evidence was, but that can't be correct. Because the Zama Zamas only came up from the shaft in the second week of January 2025. And this conversation took place on the 24th of December. This text was sent on the 24th of December 2024.
Commissioner,
So it couldn't have related to the escape of someone who hadn't yet been arrested before he escaped.
Commissioner, you are I think there's a misconception. The Zama Zama kingpin has never went in and out. He was arrested for these activities. He was never inside the hole.
Are we talking about the same person, Tiger Tswaedi?
Commissioner?
Are we talking about the same person, Tiger Tswaedi?
the camping. I can't remember. I think I can't remember his name. That guy is a Tiger from Lesotho. I'll have to find out. I must check the right name.
Because what I do want to put to you is that it's quite clear that an alleged kingpin of the Zamazamas called Tiger Tswaedi was arrested and did escape. And there was national press about it, there was controversy about it. And he was described as the kingpin of the Zamazamas in Stilfontein, and he escaped. But that escape only took place in the second week of January 2025. So it couldn't be what you were talking to the minister about on the 24th of December 2024.
Commissioners, I'm still repeating again. Where now Tiger is this camping, like you said, there was a national thing. That's why I say I can't remember that name. There was a camping who was also arrested in Stilfontein. Now you are talking about something else, somebody now who also appeared on the news. It's not that one. There was someone who, that's why even the community was looking for, was terrorizing the people, forcing them to go inside the hold for mining, that particular person. We are talking about two different people here.
So we're no longer talking about Zamazama kingpins.
Is a Zamazama also?
I don't want to take that one further.
Sorry, just to be
Because
clear.
that's the meeting which was arranged by the chief of staff for me to meet the minister there, for the minister to meet the community.
For the minister to meet the community.
Yes,
That was
the
earlier
community
in
leaders.
2024.
That was in 2024. Then after that, as we were talking, it was about that.
Right. Mr. Mogotsi, just to make sure that I understand, the kingpin, Tswaedi, is the one that was arrested, and 4 members of the SAPS were accused of assisting him, and that's your evidence. You've been saying
Yes, that's correct.
that's the arrest you were talking about.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, of the 4 members. So it is Tswaedi you were talking about. Now you are introducing a second person, but your evidence, if you remain with your earlier evidence, that it's a Zamazama kingpin who was arrested, who escaped, and 4 members of the SAPS were accused of assisting him, because that's your evidence, if that's who you're talking about. Rather, if you still stick with that evidence, then you are speaking about Tswaedi, and he escaped on the 15th of January 2025. Those are the facts.
Those are the facts.
Yes.
That's correct. But it is not what, look, commissioners, the minister was not in Stilfontein in January. And I'm trying to understand that commission perhaps think it's so difficult to say, yes, Minister, I was telling the minister about the arrest of the PKT. It was not. It was about the person in Stilfontein. This person, now you are talking about that rich person. There is this guy who also, and it is something that I can promise you, I think I can get the case number of this particular person.
What was this particular person that you're talking about now? Also arrested, escaped, and 4 members of the SAPS?
No, not 4 members of the SAPS,
Okay.
no.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up? Sorry, Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. Is there a record anywhere of the mention of this second kingpin that you are talking about?
Yeah.
A kingpin that you and the minister would have been concerned about his arrest? Is there any record anywhere, newspapers or whatever else?
We'll find it, because now the matter which they are talking about, which commission is referring to now, about Tiger. That's why I could not say it was Tiger. There was a person, maybe I'm using this word camping, in Stelfontein, who was forcing people to go into to do this zamazamas. That person was arrested and he ran away.
And he was doing this from where?
From Stelfontein.
Any idea where exactly in Stilfontein?
No, I can try and find something today because when we in Stilfontein, there was a community meeting. I only came on the day of the community. I was not part of that thing. And I kept on talking to this individual from the community who said they let this person run away purposely. We're going to look for him. And I kept on asking him, did you arrest him? Did you arrest him? He said no.
So, but definitely not from underground. He was not doing this from underground.
I cannot confirm. I don't know. I think even the person I was talking to, I'll find his number and ask him properly maybe during lunch, because I only communicated to him about this particular person, about that meeting after the minister went there.
So it's you and who else that know about this? This second person who is not Tiger.
It's not the second person. I think it happened before. Who was forcing people to go into the thing.
No. I think in response to questions by Mr. Chaskalson and also my co-commissioner, Commissioner Baloyi, I understood you to be suggesting that this is someone other than Tiger Tswayede.
Yeah, even Tiger, I don't know him, but I know I'll find out about that one. That's correct, Commissioner.
So my question was, let's leave out the media or whatever other source. It's you and who know about this other person who may possibly not be Mr. Tiger Tswayede.
Yeah, because it was in December. It is from the community, that side. And it was in December, that one. Obviously, it's not.
I'm not asking you about the time. I'm asking about who else knows about this person. And don't please, but only if you can, please do not refer me to Stilfontein generally or in general terms. I want to know who else.
The people of Stilfontein.
I just said, please don't refer me to Stilfontein in general, unless you say to me, I don't know. All I know is that it's people from Stilfontein. So I'm asking for specifics. Who else other than you knows of this person who may possibly not be Mr. Tiger Tswayede?
Yes, Commissioner, I don't know if Commission expect me to say the name of the person that I was talking to.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not at liberty to do that.
Why not?
The person who was helping is to put this man on the target for the Zamazamas to know he was talking to me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mogotsi, we've already established that these chats are between you and Mr. Matlala, correct?
That's correct.
In December 2024.
Yes.
Now, why would Mr. Matlala be interested in the arrest of a Zamazama kingpin?
It's not the arrest of him. And I'm showing you, I was sending Matlala almost, even things which were not relevant to him, I would show him. Like also, as we were talking, there was even a stage when me and him were talking about the police officer. Now, after that, who was suspended from this thing of the person who escaped.
Let me leave it there.
To move to a completely different topic, I'd like us to move now to the 252A operation. And if we can start with your statement, and if we go to the foot of page 9, paragraph 35, you say the following: in December 2024, Matlala referred me to a high-ranking police officer and I subsequently met him. I knew him as I had conducted an operation with him in the past. He shared information with me of the intention to craft a negative finding in a disciplinary hearing against Major General Khan. So the starting point for this whole process is a reference from Mr. Matlala. He brings you someone. He puts you in touch with someone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this person, he says, will tell you about a plot to convict General Khan.
That's correct.
Did he tell you how he found this person, this police officer?
He didn't tell me.
Did it strike you as odd that Mr. Matlala, who you suspect of being a criminal and who you are investigating for corruption in SAPS, comes to you with a witness to be able to prove and expose corruption in SAPS? Why would Mr. Matlala want to expose corruption in SAPS?
I don't know, but I don't know why he would want to expose.
Did it not strike you odd that your primary target, who's suspected of
It did not.
corrupting the procurement process, is now wanting to expose corruption in SAPS?
It did not.
I see. Now, the ultimate target of this operation was Generals Khumalo and Mkonazi. If you go to paragraph 36 of your statement, you say, the intention was to employ this person as a Section 204 witness against both Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo and Lieutenant General Mkonazi, who plotted against Major General Khan with reference to the disciplinary hearing outcome. Say that you gave a statement to Lieutenant Colonel Schneller. Part of the strategy behind the disciplinary hearing instituted against Major General Khan was that he would be employed in that situation to give implicating testimony against Major General Khan at the insistence of Lieutenant General Khumalo and Lieutenant General Mkonazi. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying this officer who Mr. Matlala wants you to use to expose corruption in SAPS says he is being used by General Khumalo and General Mkonazi to give false evidence against General Khan. Is that broadly correct?
That's correct.
And you then go to meet the officer, and essentially he tells you that he will only change his story to what he says is the truth if you ensure that he gets promoted to the level of full colonel and you give him a bag of cash. Is that correct?
He spoke about something, and he said, yeah, he was talking about a bag, maybe he implied cash, but he never said bag of cash.
You said bag, you didn't mention cash. What did you understand the bag to contain? The bag that he wanted, what would have to be in the bag?
No, a bag would be,
I mean, was he looking for a sort of smart handbag or something?
No.
Or was he looking for a
to
bag of
deliver.
cash?
Yeah, that will imply cash, of course.
Yeah, I thought so too. Let's date this meeting. If you go to evidence bundle 51.
Sorry, exhibits or annexures?
Evidence bundle in this case, but we will move between annexures and evidence bundles. So unfortunately, we may need both. Sorry, exhibit. Sorry.
You said page 51.
50.
Thank you.
And this shouldn't be displayed because the name of the investigating colonel shouldn't be displayed. But what we see at this is a WhatsApp that was sent to Lieutenant Colonel Schneller, who was going to be in charge of the 252A operation. It was sent by the investigator from the Hawks who came with you to that meeting with the source, who was going to change his story. And in paragraph 2, he reports the following. the colonel, who's going to change his story, contacted Mr. Brown and he arranged a meeting for Wednesday, 29 January 2025. So the meeting was on 29 January 2025. Is that correct? Mr. Mogotsi?
This is the WhatsApp which was sent to Colonel Schnell.
Yes, but I'm interested in the dates and times. It says 29 January 2025 and the meeting at the Houghton Hotel at approximately 18:23. Does that correspond with what you recall?
Yeah, but I'm not sure about this date.
Sorry, you're not sure about the date of 29 January?
Yes.
When do you think the meeting did take place?
It's the same, where we are not good with dates. Remember, I was so much, I kept on saying to the commission, the recording happened in December, somewhere or January. I was not sure. But I think if we proceed, we can proceed. I'll take this date. I'm just not sure. Remember, it's someone who typed. I cannot really say, yes, it was on this date.
Perhaps we can help by going to your affidavit. Which is in the exhibit bundle at page 43.
That's correct.
There,
Yes, it confirms on the affidavit.
and paragraph 5, at the foot of page 43, there you say on Wednesday, 29 January 2025, at approximately 18:23. I was accompanied by, and then you give the name of the investigator. So those dates are correct,
Yeah, they did that.
date and time, because you would have made that affidavit quite soon after the event. Let's go to page 106 of the annexure bundle now and see what happened in the chats when you came out of that meeting. If you
106.
106, indeed. If you go down to 2015, so that would have been less than 2 hours after your meeting with your source started. At 2015, you text Mr. Madlanga, and you say to him, the meeting was positive. Are we referring to the same meeting? Maybe if you read further. Is he willing to help you guys, says Mr. Madlanga. You respond, I just wish he could help with a statement.
That's correct. That's
And
correct.
then you say, I think he needs cash. So we're talking about what's happened at this meeting.
That's correct.
And you go over the page, and Mr. Matlanga's response at the top of page 107 is, okay, arrange with Khan to give him cash if the information he has is worth it.
That's correct.
So Mr. Madlanga is saying he wants cash, speak to General Khan. We give him the cash if the information is going to be worth it.
That's correct.
So let's just take a step back. Mr. Madlanga is a suspected criminal you're investigating.
That's correct.
He refers you to an apparently corrupt SAPS officer who is willing to tailor his evidence if he's paid enough.
That's correct.
And Mr. Madlanga says you should get General Khan to pay the officer to give evidence that will incriminate General Mchunu and General Khumalo.
No. For him to make a statement, not to incriminate. as such. Remember, it is the man coming to me saying, I'm being told to incriminate the person. Now, and I'm going back to the person who gave me the senior officer to say, I think this person wants cash. And he say, it means therefore that it is this general who's affected. I must ask him that he is the one who must finance this.
I see, but you say it's not to incriminate them, but in fact, if you go back to your witness statement at paragraph 37, you said that was the purpose. The strategy behind the disciplinary hearing instituted against Major General Khan was that he, in other words, this officer, would be employed in that situation.
That's correct.
To give implicating testimony against Major General Khan at the insistence of Lieutenant General Khumalo and Lieutenant General Mchunu.
That's correct.
And so the whole purpose of this operation is to expose Lieutenant General Khumalo and Lieutenant General Mchunu, is it not?
Yes, it's to use this statement correctly. That's
And
correct.
you want to use it as a Section 204 witness, you say in paragraph 36,
That's correct.
and that presupposes that there will be criminal charges against Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo and Lieutenant General Mchunu,
It's true.
because you don't have 204 witnesses unless you're in a
correct.
criminal case.
That's correct.
So let's scroll forward a little bit in these chats to page 114. And on 2 February at 12:27, Mr. Matlala sends you a story about the plot against General Khan being exposed. It says, breaking, police witnesses change statements for promotion. Then there's a long story about the trumped-up charges against General Khan and how witnesses have come clean and said that they were persuaded to give false evidence against Khan. You recall that chat?
Adequate.
Your response to that chat is revealing. That's on page 115 at 12:27. You say, disappointed. You recall that?
That's correct.
And then you say, just have to leave everything. Then there are 2 calls between you and Mr. Matlala. And then you say, small session with lawyers. All of this is happening almost immediately. What was the small session with lawyers you were talking about?
Just that there was no session with lawyers.
Sorry, there was no session with lawyers.
Yeah.
There wasn't one.
There was no.
So this was a false statement you made to Mr. Matlala.
Because I did not answer his phone.
So you were just explaining why you didn't answer his phone.
That's correct.
But if we look at the time, the text that you sent to him was at 12:27:52. His calls were at 12:27:56 and 12:28:05, and then you respond to him again at 12:28. So are you saying that you deliberately chose not to answer his phone, you wanted to communicate with him on text? And you need to have a reason to explain that.
It's not that I did not. I wanted him to tell me what he was saying.
Sorry, you wanted him?
To perhaps tell me what he was saying. I did not take the call that time.
Well, he then says this is in your favor, actually. It disrupts their plan against Khan. He says that to you. You see that?
He said that to me.
Yes. Why would he think that disrupting a plan against Khan is in your favor?
He was referring to the publication that you just showed.
But why would it be in your favor to disrupt a plan against Khan?
I don't know why he sent me that message.
You respond to him by saying, maybe, but that's not my plan. So you're saying it will disrupt the plan against Khan, but it wasn't what you had in mind. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What did you have in mind?
When I say maybe,
When you say, but that's not my plan, what was your plan?
it does not my plan is the response that I gave to Kate. And now the question is, what was my plan then?
Well, let me put to you what I think your plan was and why you were disappointed. Your plan was always to use this case to target General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi. You accept that? That was your plan.
That's not the plan. The reason I said I was disappointed, remember, I did write on my statement that I leaked that publication.
I know what you wrote, but
Now, the moment you give me someone to help me with whatever, that how we recorded the person, and it quickly appeared on the news that the same person who gave me information about the plot, it is now known. I was pretending as if I don't know. And I was disappointed
as if you don't know what?
that this information leaked.
You see, I want to put to you what your plan all along had been, and in fact what you indicated in your statement is that you wanted this colonel to be used in a criminal prosecution of General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi. That was your original plan, was it not?
Yeah. Commissioners, when you refer to the text here, I'm saying, because you also mentioned...
I'm asking whether that was your original plan. We'll talk about the text later.
I don't get that question properly. You're saying apart from the fact that this thing leaked, because the moment it got leaked, it means now I am disappointed because my plan will never work again. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying.
Oh no, that was not the plan. The plan here was that Kat should not know that this information has leaked because of me. But the intention of the recording, yes, was that plan that you're saying.
Yes,
Yes.
And the leaking meant that that plan could never be put into operation.
Yes, but it means the...
Sorry, you said yes.
Yes.
Yes, so the leaking prevented that plan being put into operation. Because once it leaked, you could no longer do your sting with General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi.
Yeah, once it leaked, it could not proceed.
Yes. Why were you targeting General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo?
No, I did not target them. They made themselves the target by planning with the person.
I see.
Yes.
So you're saying they told this person to give false evidence about what happened in that drug bust in 2021?
That's what he told me. That's what I recorded out of him. It's not. It is now my statement, but it is now said in the commission like that because he said that.
See, did you bother at the time before you tried to target General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi this way to check out what story this witness had told when the drug bust happened in 2021, long before he'd had contact with either of the generals?
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
No.
So you didn't investigate this apparently corrupt cop who comes to you from Katmatlala who says, I will change my story if you pay me enough money because General Kumalo and General Mkhwanazi are making me tell a false story. You didn't investigate what he'd said earlier.
Yeah, now here's the situation. It means this senior officer, he may have his original statement, which when he got to Durban, they said he must change. Then he comes to me and say, if he gets something, he will change the statement again.
So he made a statement back in 2021. Then he meets the allegedly corrupt generals Kumalo and Mkhwanazi, and they lean on him to change the statement in 2024, to make a new statement that's false. And then he says to you, I'll go back to my original true statement if you give me a bag of cash. Is that what you're saying?
He never said, it's not said. He just said, he never mentioned or implied the original statement. He spoke about changing the statement which was given to him in Durban. So not knowing whether he would go to the original statement or not.
Now, if he was present at a drug bust, you'd expect that a statement would exist from him that was taken at the time of the drug bust, would you not?
That's correct.
Did you not ask to look at that statement to see what he said on the day, several years before he had had any contact with General Kumalo or General Mkhwanazi?
No, I did not ask him.
Maybe we should look at it now. Can you go to Exhibit Bundle 211? So you see, I don't know if you have an unredacted copy. There certainly won't, the copy that goes up will be redacted, but this is his statement. And if you go down to the date, on page 212, it's 14 September 2021. You see that? You see that date?
That's correct.
And across the top it says Boyson's CAS
Yes,
something something stroke, and at the end of it it says 21.
that's correct.
So this is the statement that he gave in 2021 at the time of the drug bust. You say that's correct.
That's correct.
And you will accept that that was long before General Kumalo or General Mkhwanazi could have had any contact with him in relation to this matter.
It's true.
So let's see what he says. Go to paragraph 5, the foot of page
211.
211.
That's correct.
The driver of the truck which was containing the drugs was pointed to me, whom was already placed under arrest, and members informing me that they're awaiting the photographer to come take pictures of the said packages of drugs which were placed inside a police bakkie. While the scene was being explained to me, I was surprised to see one general of intelligence. Now, would that be General Khan?
I cannot confirm.
Are you aware of any other generals of intelligence who are alleged to have been present at the scene?
Oh, yes, it was him.
So it would be General Khan. He's the only general of intelligence at the scene. While the scene was being explained to me, I was surprised to see one general of intelligence who never introduced himself to the members on the scene and started dictating and giving instructions that members who found the said truck with drugs be arrested. So he wants the police officers who did the drug bust to be arrested. The suspect, brackets driver, who members already placed under arrest, was released from the scene as a suspect by the said general. So the driver of the drug cargo, who'd been placed under arrest, was, according to your source, released from the scene as a suspect by General Khan. And the truck which was containing the said drugs when it was stopped was never booked into SAP 13. So the truck containing the drugs was never booked into a SAP warehouse. And then your source continues. As an experienced investigator, what I observed happening there at the scene is only abuse of power and rank, which I don't know why it was done. I informed all members placed under arrest that they need to open a case of defeating the ends of justice against the said general. So this man says, immediately after the event, I told everyone there we must open a case against General Khan. I was not happy, since I noticed what was happening is a cover strategy to protect the driver of the truck found with drugs and the origin of the said truck and drugs. Fact that members are manipulated and power of rank is used to achieve unknown or ulterior motives is unacceptable and needs to be dealt with within the should be parameters of the law, as what I observed transpiring on the said day was that some individuals are above the law, and it irritated me seeing that members enforcing the law being abused by seniors within the police. And then it's signed, and is that the same man who came to you as the source in the 252?
That's correct.
So this contemporaneous statement made by that man says that General Khan should be charged with defeating the ends of justice, and that he's abused his authority and suppressed an arrest and a drug bust. And the only false evidence that this man was ever going to give was the false evidence that you and Mr. Matlala were hoping he would be paid for to exonerate General Khan and to implicate General Khumalo and General Mchunu. You accept that that's?
No.
So where was the false evidence?
If, like you asked me, did I look at the statement? I did not. And therefore, I wouldn't have known any other statement except what he was telling me. And he was one of the witnesses during the disciplinary hearing. So I did not have any other statement, and it is not. I did not even ask him what is your original statement. He said, "Look, we were called to Durban. This is what they said, and they want us to implicate the man."
See, now that you know what his original statement was, do you accept that if your plan had gone ahead, false evidence would have been given against General Khumalo and General Mchunu by this witness who was going to be paid in the scheme?
Should we had agreed to pay him? Because there was not an intention to pay him. What we wanted was the information which he had, and he gave that information. And as you say, should the trial or criminal charges been laid, it would only came out during trial when this statement is provided.
I see.
Yes.
Now this plan to trap General Khumalo and General Mchunu was a plan that you executed with a double set of misrepresentations. First, you say you masqueraded as Mr. Matlala's ally. You said you were an agent who was pretending to be Mr. Matlala's ally, but you weren't actually. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But in relation to the SAPS members who did the 252A operation, you also masqueraded as an agent of the minister, as an employee in the minister's office.
As a comrade, yes, as a comrade to the minister.
Please speak up, Mr.
Oh, yeah, that's correct. As a comrade to the minister.
No, not as a comrade, as someone employed in the office of the minister.
That's correct.
And we went through your affidavit yesterday, I'd just like to take you to, I don't want to traverse what I traversed yesterday, but there is another aspect of your affidavit which I want to look at. Paragraph 5. Do you have paragraph 5 of the affidavit? It's page 43 of the exhibit bundle. There you say, on Wednesday, 29 January 2025 at approximately 18:23, I was accompanied by the Hawks officer and we met the colonel at the Houghton Hotel. And then you say, I do not know the colonel, and this is the first time that I have met him. That was false too, wasn't it?
In the context of this, remember I operated with...
Now, you've given your explanation
Yes.
as to why you...
That's correct. That's
so
correct.
it was false too.
That's correct.
Now, can I understand why you had to lie under oath in relation to the fact that you knew this source? Why was it necessary for the operation for you to lie under oath about previously knowing this source? This colonel, let's call him colonel because he is a colonel.
Because I wouldn't tell even Colonel Chanel that I knew this person. I wouldn't tell him.
But why wouldn't you tell him? Why was it necessary for the operation? Why was it necessary to lie under oath?
Because it would not make, it would look, even Lieutenant Chanel, Colonel Chanel will ask me, but why would this man, why would you record this man when you know him like this?
Sorry, why would you?
I record, what you would want to know, it was my thinking then, why would I record him if I knew him?
So if Colonel Schneller knew that you and this colonel had a previous association, the whole operation would not be allowed to proceed?
Not the whole operation. Not the whole operation.
What operation?
I just felt,
what would not be allowed?
I just felt he should not know. That was my feeling that time.
So in your judgment, you decided that this was sufficient reason to lie under oath?
I don't know how you could, it sounds so different. I don't know how are we going to, it means we'll continue, even if I've provided reasons, unless, I don't know if it calls for the commission to make a ruling that it was, I don't know. It sounds otherwise, like I was not doing my job. Like repeating it, you're a professional liar. Today you were lying out the oath, even though I gave reasons. This was an underground work. But I don't know if a commission could come up with a certain ruling that will stay until this proceedings.
Well, I don't propose to take this further, but so maybe we can stop it there. But I do want to go to further aspects of this operation. If you go down to Lieutenant Schneller's affidavit, and if we go to the sort of bottom of page 47, top of page 48, top of page 48, he clearly assumed that you were employed in the office of the minister, because he says, I was informed that the complainant was Mr. Brown Mogotsi, a politician that is deployed at the office of the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mchunu. So he authorized this operation on the basis that you were someone from the minister's office.
That's correct.
And then if we go into the transcript of this meeting that you had with the source, we see that the source, the colonel, was reluctant to commit to writing and wanted some sort of assurance from the minister or the DNC, the Deputy National Commissioner. Let's go to page 65. Maybe if we can just clarify, I understand from this transcript that you would be man 3, man 1 would be the colonel, and man 2 would be the Hawks officer. We can't show this because names are mentioned. But if you go to the top of page 65, you see there, you say, and then the Hawks officer says, the colonel doesn't want to give a statement, but he's willing to tell the minister or DNC. Would that be Deputy National Commissioner?
That's correct.
And that would be General Sabia, would it not?
In this case, perhaps I did not even think whom did he refer to. But remember, there are about 3 DNCs. I'm not sure, but it's possible it may be DNC Sabia, yes.
Who is the DNC who you refer to right through this process?
Myself.
You yourself?
Yeah, I refer to the DNC Sabia.
I see.
For this man to say the DNC, it should not be concluded that he meant him. There are other DNCs, but
so he
in
may
this
not
case,
have been
let's say
referring
he
to.
meant DNC Sabia. It's fine.
Did you not try to find out which DNC he needed comfort from?
No, I did not, because he was not going to meet him or the minister anyway, so I didn't find out.
And let's see what the man says. If you go to page 69, where he's expressing his misgivings, he says to you, go see the DNC and the minister and let me think, let me think. And if it can happen, or we get something to block this okay, I get the post and fix the place, they must give something. Khan must look after me. He must give me something, a bag or something, must get a bag. Okay, so the source wants you to go and see the DNC and the minister. The colonel says, go and see the DNC and the minister and let me think. That's correct, is it not?
Yes, that's correct. I'm following.
And did you understand which DNC he was referring to? Which DNC did he want you to go and see?
Yes, I've long agreed that let's agree it is DNC Sabia.
DNC Sabia.
Yes, let's agree, even if it's not written here.
And the Hawks colonel is egging him on the basis that you can sort out his life with the minister because you're in the minister's office and all he needs to do is to email the minister. So let's take a look at paragraph, page 62.
Sorry, Advocate Chaskalson, did we establish what a bag is? Is it a rank or money? I can't seem to recall.
A bag with cash inside it. Towards the bottom of the page, on page 62, the Hawks officer says, then what do you do? He writes an email or a letter to the minister, to the chief of staff, saying, this is the story, this is what happened, I'm requesting your intervention. That gives them the opportunity. So the Hawks man is saying to the colonel, write to the minister, write to the chief of staff. And 2 lines down, the colonel says, I do what? I do what? And the Hawks man says, write an email to the minister to say this is what happened. I've got a grievance, this issue, I'm aggrieved because of X, Y, and Z, and I'm requesting your assistance in the matter. That's it. He'll sort out the rest for you. So the Hawks man's making promises to this guy that you can step in the minister's office and just make his life whole again. Let's go down a page. Top of the next page, 63, the Hawks man again. That's why we've got to do it. You will write that email. You can write that email tonight even. Right, you send that email tomorrow morning. We can talk, give feedback how we're going to do that. So he's saying to the colonel, write to the minister. And then in the middle of the page, but that's what I'm saying. Brown will probably speak to the minister. The colonel's a bit sort of dodgy, and the Hawks guy says, you need to send that email tonight. And the colonel says, Brown's working with the minister, he's a police officer. And the Hawks guy says, no, he's the minister's man. And the colonel says, and the colonel and the Hawks guy says, he's the minister's man. And over the page, the colonel says, the only person who can stop it is the minister.
Which page is that?
We're now at page 64, sort of about 7 lines in. The only person who can stop it is the minister. And the Hawks person says, how can the minister stop it? The colonel says, how can the minister stop it? And the colonel says, misled, misrepresentation. And the colonel and the Hawks man says, can you? And the colonel says, facts were misrepresented to me. I did my due diligence and worked for. And then the Hawks man says, and found the truth. Can you do a statement for that and send it to the minister? So this Hawks man is saying, you know, Brown's from the minister's office, send your complaint to the minister. And on it goes. The central theme through all of this is the Hawks man who thinks that you are part of the minister's office is urging this person to send stuff through to the minister at every turn. Now, you didn't try to stop any of this inside this meeting. I don't see you saying, no, don't send anything to the minister, don't send anything to the minister. Have I got it wrong?
I don't understand. You say I did not say anything.
Did you try to stop him sending something to the minister?
Who's stopping who, Commissioner?
The Hawks man is saying to the colonel, write something to the minister, give the minister a statement, email the minister. Brown's in the minister's office, he'll look after you.
Yeah, so he's talking about a statement in relation to the hearing.
Yes, that's what he wants. I think he contemplates 2 things.
Yeah.
1, a statement in relation to the hearing, and 2, possibly a statement relating to how this colonel's been passed over for promotion.
That's
and he's
correct.
saying, write this to the minister, and he's also saying, Brown is in that office, he'll sort you out.
That's correct.
Is there anywhere in this transcript where you try to stop that process? Where you say, maybe you shouldn't, maybe we should do it this way, or maybe don't write to the minister?
No, there's no way, there's no way.
Well, weren't you worried that a letter would go to the minister or the chief of staff, and this colonel would be referring to you as someone who's working in the minister's office and has made promises to him, and then you'd be exposed?
But immediately we knew there was no way he could write a letter.
How did you know there was no way he could write a letter?
Because he relied on me to do that for him. Even if he could write the letter, he had to give it to me. There was no way he could write the letter.
Well, what the Hawks man is saying is email it to the minister.
Yes, you know, I don't think he could write the letter. You know, commissioners, I'm thinking something now, like, and I don't want to laugh. This is very serious, but the way he's doing it, it's like he was there. And I'm thinking of this other email that I have that is linked to me, my name, but it was not a plan. But I'm just thinking, if he emailed, where was he going to email? I'm getting your point. So, but I was going to make sure that I get the letter in my hand. But I'm trying to show you, commissioners, in this thing that this is a kernel of crime intelligence talking to the Hawksmen about me in that legend building that I spoke about. Who confirms this man is with the minister? I'm trying to elaborate that when this function arises, it becomes so real.
Sorry, can you just, I'm not sure I understood what you're saying. You're talking about legend building. So are you saying that the colonel was actually a colonel in crime intelligence who was part of a legend building exercise or not?
I'm saying if a colonel is telling, you see, this is man one.
The colonel, the man one is the colonel who's
That's
going to
correct.
give the new statement in and is going to expose the attempt to frame General Khan.
No. I'm referring to man two.
Man two is the Hawks colonel.
Yes, the one who's talking.
Yes.
He knew, I'm sorry to use the word crime intelligence, he knew I'm not in the office of the minister. We are together when we do this 252. But he, because
So
I've
that
explained-
colonel, unlike Colonel Schneller, knew what the true state of affairs was, and he knew that you weren't in the office of the minister.
He knew
Yes.
for the purpose of this operation.
But Colonel Schneller didn't know.
Didn't know.
So you and that colonel in military intelligence, that colonel, was he in, sorry,
No,
not
it's
military
I said
intelligence.
I made a mistake. It's from the Hawks.
Yes, I thought he
Yes.
was from the Hawks, yes. So that colonel from the Hawks and you both knew what your true status was. And you were both building a common legend inside this meeting.
That's correct.
This was a common legend you hadn't shared with Colonel Schneller, who thought that you genuinely were in the minister's office.
Yeah, couldn't share.
Couldn't share.
Couldn't share.
Okay. But the effect of that legend was you have the Hawks colonel urging the colonel who's going to be the key to this whole plan to write letters to the minister's office, to the chief of staff, and on the basis that you, Brown, are part of the minister's office.
That's correct.
And that everything he wants, you will look after, as it were.
That's correct.
So I come back to my original question. Didn't you think that there was a serious risk coming out of this office, coming out of this meeting, that the colonel, in an attempt to get promotion or to get protection for changing his version on oath, would write a letter to the chief of staff or the minister saying, I've spoken to Mr. Mogotsi in your office, and I understand you know the situation, and this is my problem. Here are the true facts. I want to come clean now and expose this plot against General Khan, and I've spoken to Mr. Mogotsi of your office. Didn't you spot that as a risk?
There's no police officer who can write the letter and demand the rank in that manner.
Sorry,
There is no police officer who would write, even when you say write a letter, he cannot write that letter. He'll want to do things with me. He can't write a letter and say to the minister, I want the rank.
even if he doesn't ask about a new rank, if he just says, I want to come clean in relation to an attempt to convict General Khan wrongly. I've been forced to give this statement on oath. I've spoken to Mr. Mogotsi of your office, and he's encouraged me to approach you to set the record straight so that an innocent man can go free. Yeah. Was there not a risk that he would write that to the minister and say, I've spoken to Mr. Mogotsi of your office, he's been instrumental in this?
Yeah, those risks are always there. That's why it's called a risk. You just take it. Should he have written operation, this operation would have collapsed. But the content of what he wanted to allude to the minister in relation to the plot, perhaps the minister would still give it the attention it deserved.
Let us adjourn at this point and resume at 14:05. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mogotsi, when we broke, I was putting to you that the strategy that you and your colleague, the Hawks Colonel, had adopted in that meeting carried a real risk that an email or a letter would be written to the Minister or the Chief of Staff referring to your role as a member of the Minister's office in this whole affair. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember you were saying that, Commissioners. I wish to show you one example. That I don't think he would have written the letter. Yes, the risk do exist, but I don't think he would have written the letter to the Minister because he was relying on me to facilitate whatever that you're dealing with.
But what he was being told to do by the Hawks Colonel was to write an email to the Minister or to the Chief of Staff or to the Deputy National Commissioner.
That's correct. You see.
Now, I want to put to you that it wouldn't make sense for you to run this risk unless you had some sense that there wouldn't be serious consequences for you in the Minister's office if such an email was sent.
That risk, it is not correct that, like I said, the risk was not that much immense. You, now, Commissioners, just look at the message that I sent to General Khan. I said to General Mchunu, I said, General Khan will brief you next week. He never spoke to him. He never even asked him that I was told I'll be briefed. In that, you see, when these things happen, just that perhaps they have not happened to certain people, you will believe, because it is not that while we are sitting talking about this, there are no arrangements made prior. A phone will ring, it will be written a certain name, and I'll say, and I go outside. When I get there, I don't talk to anyone. When I come back here, the Minister is now, my brother, I must leave. Let's finish what we're doing. There was no way you could talk to the Minister.
Why would he not have been able to email the Chief of Staff or the Minister? They both have public emails.
Should that stage arise, he still had to get the email address from me. He still had to get all the contacts from me. So there was no way.
The Chief of Staff and the Minister have email addresses that you can access online.
You may say that in so many ways, but like I said, he should have gone to them directly if he had that in mind. So why would he come to me? Why would he agree to meet with me when he actually could just raise the matter with the Minister directly?
It was in the meeting that he was urged to write to the Minister, was it not?
Correct.
You see, I want to look back at the chronology and what was exchanged between you and the Minister, and then come back to this risk and assess it in that light. That chronology, and we only have 3 signal chats to work with, but what those 3 signal chats show is that when you told the Minister on the 23rd of December there was a breakthrough, and I put it to you that breakthrough related to possible IPID arrests of PKTT members. He phoned you twice. He phoned you back twice on that day. And he texted you the next day to find out if the arrest had been effected. And then later in December, you sent a screenshot about a constitutional court judgment where you told the minister to charge General Khumalo either himself or through General Sabia. You recall that?
That's correct.
And then we come to the third signal chat that we have. That's the signal chat of 26 January. It's at page 210. So maybe if we can go there, sorry, 110 of the annexure bundle. And we discussed it yesterday a little, or the day before yesterday a little, and you recall it addressed three different things. The first was the situation in Phoenix in relation to the women. The second was the businesswoman in the BRICS cybersecurity arrangement. And the third had two components. It was the guy of the funding, who you said is also in Joburg from Tuesday. He's the one I said has a 3 billion contract with SAPS. And still under the same number, you said also meeting with the DNC and COS today in Durban for finalization of Khumalo and General Mkhunazi's matters. And then you followed that up with another message to the minister saying DNC is waiting for the COS here. This is very significant. And I want to put to you that if one looks at the chronology, the Khumalo and Mkhunazi matters that you were discussing with the minister that would involve the DNC and the Chief of Staff actually were your attempts to have the two generals set up on charges for defeating the ends of justice in relation to the General Khan inquiry.
No, that is not true.
Well, what was it? What were the Khumalo and Mkhunazi matters?
I did say previously, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? It was my wish that that the Chief of Staff could meet with the DNC to actually allude to him all that he has heard from General Mkhunazi about me. That was all about.
And how does that relate to General Khumalo?
Because it was him, according to the Chief of Staff, in his words, what General Mkhunazi spoke, he also mentioned General Khumalo. And I believe it is because in my chat that time, I said, how is your standing with General Khumalo? And he wanted to know what is it that General Khumalo said about him when I gave that other explanation. It was what General Mkhunazi said to the Chief of Staff.
What did he say to the Chief of Staff?
He told me over the phone that the Lieutenant General Mkhunazi says there's a problem with the guy from Northwest. Mogotsi is the one who's creating problems for us. Something of that sort.
And you thought that this was a matter for the immediate attention of the Deputy National Commissioner and the Chief of Staff?
The advantage was they were both in Durban at the time. That's the reason.
Sorry, I'm afraid I didn't hear that answer.
I was taking advantage that they were already in one place, like in the same area that time.
Your follow-up message, DNC is waiting for the Chief of Staff here. This is very significant. What was so significant about the fact that the Chief of Staff hadn't come to a meeting to discuss?
Mr. Mogotsi, please wait until the question has been...
Thank you.
Yeah.
What was so significant about the fact that the Chief of Staff in the Minister's office hadn't yet arrived for a meeting with the Deputy National Commissioner to discuss what General Mkhunazi had apparently said to the Chief of Staff about you?
Commissioners, this question has been posed again. I did say I was kind of requesting the minister to ask or somehow tell the chief of staff to meet with the DNC so that he could speak to him about this problem. Whatever that Lieutenant General Mkonazi said about me to the chief of staff.
Sorry, what General Kumalo said
General
about you to the chief of staff?
General Mkonazi said about me to the chief of staff.
And that was the finalization of the Kumalo and General Mkonazi's matters as far as you were concerned?
Yeah, just to finalize that thing of what General Mkonazi said and what his concerns.
All you wanted apparently was finality in relation to learning what General Mkonazi thought about you. Is that what you're saying?
Not thought, what he told Chief of Staff about me.
Why would that require a meeting with General Sabia? Chief of Staff knew what he told you.
It's not that he wanted me. It was my suggestion that he should tell the DNC as soon as possible.
And why would the DNC have any interest in what General Mkonazi had told the Chief of Staff about his thoughts in relation to you?
The DNC is a senior police officer.
And what business is it of the DNC what General Mkonazi tells the Chief of Staff of his views in relation to you? Why is this a top-level police matter?
Like I said, it is what I suggested. You know, if you suggest something and you feel it is correct and you do it, then you are questioned why, and you still say, no, I thought that was the right thing to do. And that was the right thing to do.
Do you think that it is a sensible use of the time of the Deputy National Commissioner and the Chief of Staff in the Minister's office for them to meet specifically to discuss what General Mkonazi may have said to the Chief of Staff about you?
It is, you know, I don't know how this can be explained thoroughly. Including General Mkonazi himself, he did send a message to the minister that they must have a meeting and I must be present. It was testified in the ad hoc committee. But now, when it's me requesting, you know, it becomes something else. General Mkonazi did ask the minister to call a meeting with the DNC and whoever, but the minister did not do that meeting. But when it's me requesting just the 2 instead of 5, which General Mkonazi requested, this becomes so questionable in many ways.
There is a difference. If you're talking about a provincial commissioner in one province asking for a meeting with the Deputy National Commissioner to sort out relations within the top-level leadership of the South African Police Force, that makes sense.
With Brown Mogotsi present.
With Brown Mogotsi present, if Brown Mogotsi is interfering with those relations.
So I can't ask questions. Sorry, Commissioner. No, I almost asked that. So is it what General Mkonazi said to Senior Counsel Tsarelo?
And why was that Kumalo's matter?
Because he did, when Lieutenant General Mkonazi spoke to the Chief of Staff, he did mention General Kumalo.
Did he mention General Khan?
No, he did not tell me about General Khan.
Chief of Staff didn't tell you about General
No, he
Khan?
didn't tell me.
You see, I want to put it to you that answer is self-evidently false, and that the Kumalo and Mkonazi's matters that you were referring to have to relate to something else.
No, it's not true. It's not false. What I'm saying here is that they had to meet, and I was thinking if Chief of Staff explains to the DNC exactly how he had whatever that General Mkonazi was saying was going to bring a kind of closure to the thinking of General Mkonazi.
You see, Mr. Mogotsi, you know what that meeting was about. The Commission can only draw its own inferences from what it sees in the evidence and any credible version that you put forward. Now, I'm going to put it to you that you haven't put forward any credible version, and so the Commission can only draw the most likely inference from what it sees in relation to all of these texts, which is that having regard to the timeline, having regard to the fact that you sent these messages to the Minister, that the Mkhonazi and Khumalo matters that you were referring to were your attempt to have General Mkhonazi and General Khumalo charged with defeating the ends of justice in relation to the Khan inquiry. That's what the evidence points to. One sees it in the timeline, one sees it in your meeting with the source, where the three people who the source is encouraged to engage with are the Minister, the Chief of Staff, and General Sabia. One doesn't see any other plausible explanation for what you were referring to in relation to the General Khumalo matter and the General Mkhonazi matter. So unless you can give us one, we have to leave it at this point and draw the inference from the actual evidence that we have. So what are you saying these matters were?
It is obviously going to be what the senior counsel is saying, commissioners. If inference will only be taken from what the Commission see at their disposal, being that they must believe, there is nothing I can do. On my side, I did look, I've just tried to say, like Madam Commissioner said, I did not bring anything. I said I have people, names, contact numbers who can corroborate something here. The Commission has never said what Senior Counsel is saying now, that they will take the information from those people, or they will ever allow me to bring that evidence. Or
who can we speak to corroborate your version that the meeting you were calling for here was to discuss what General Mkhonazi had told the Chief of Staff in relation to you?
Those are the only two people I can speak to, General Sabia and Chief of Staff. Particularly, Chief of Staff will tell you exactly that no, after General Mkhonazi called me, he did speak about Mr. Brown Mogotsi in this way and this way, and Brown requested that we should have a meeting.
When did you make this request?
I cannot remember. We'll have to go through what it was. Obviously, there are dates here, but I cannot remember specifically the time. I'll have to check when was that.
You see, what you say in this message, which was sent on the 26th of January, is that you were meeting with the Deputy National Commissioner and the Chief of Staff today, in other words, the 26th of January, in Durban, for finalization of the Khumalo and General Mkhonazi's matters. And so are you suggesting that you had arranged a meeting in Durban on the 26th of January for the Deputy National Commissioner and the Chief of Staff to get together with you to brief you on what General Mkhonazi had said about you, and in the process to mention what he may or may not have heard from General Khumalo?
I was in Durban, the DNC was in Durban. I was requesting that the three of us could meet. That's what I'm trying to say, that the two, Chief of Staff can come and narrate what he heard from Lieutenant General Mkhonazi to the DNC.
Well, that's not what you were requesting. What you were saying in the first message is that you were meeting. You were going to meet with the DNC and the COS today. Not, please can I, it's also meeting with the DNC and COS today in Durban for finalization of this. So you're saying you had set up a meeting with them?
I had requested a meeting to set.
So you were hoping to meet as opposed to...
And it never materialized, that meeting.
Well, it partially materialized because apparently General Sabia arrived for your meeting, because your next text says DNC is waiting for the COS here. This is very significant.
but did not materialize. Chief of Staff, the one who was supposed to come and relay the message, did not come.
See, but General Sabia did come.
General Sabia was in Durban already, and I've asked him to wait at that particular place. I was going to come in case the Chief of Staff arrives, so he did not come. The Chief of Staff.
What was the particular place at which you were, at which General Sabia was told to wait?
No, General Sabia, he was in one hotel. It was, I think, Southern Sun.
Sorry, which hotel? The Southern Sun Hotel.
Yeah, in Durban.
Do you remember which Southern Sun?
No, what?
And is that where this meeting was going to take place?
No, he was at the Southern Sun that moment. So I was telling the minister, please ask Chief of Staff to also come, because Sabia was waiting. But the fact that he did not even answer the phone or responded, meaning Chief of Staff, I ended up not going myself. I went, at some stage, I went to the airport and left.
Where was the meeting going to take place?
If a Chief of Staff answered the phone, the venue would still be confirmed at that moment, just to check.
So there was no confirmed venue yet?
Yes, we were not yet agreed as to where we're going to meet. That's correct.
And the Deputy National Commissioner was just waiting to find out where he was going to have this meeting with the Chief of Staff?
We would speak.
Yourself?
It would depend where the Chief of Staff was, and maybe you could have said, let's meet where the Chief of Staff was, or where the DNC was.
While we're on this screenshot, can we go back to the start of this last item, where you say the guy of the funding, brackets 20, is also in Joburg from Tuesday. He is the one I said has a 3 billion contract with SAPS. Now, Mr. Madlanga had been funding what he thought was the minister's campaign. Is that not correct?
Mr. Madlanga only funded the trip that went for the January 8th celebration.
Yes, but he understood himself to be contributing to the minister's campaign. Is that not correct?
No, it's not correct.
I think it is.
Yes.
If we go to the relevant texts, you'll see, first of all, when you want money from him, you keep on saying, we are going to lose 2 regions. We need 12,500 for each of the regions.
For the regions, that's correct.
Yes. So what were the regions there to do?
You see, in the organization, we'll always have comrades in different parts of the country whom we will always have a relationship with. Even in our region, when we need something, we'll call them. You can be called in Mpumalanga, someone saying, hey, we have a regional conference, or we have this, please assist us with transport and so forth. And I don't think, talking of this presidential ambitions and all these things, they have not started. It is premature for people to say Madlanga was going to fund the campaign. It has not started. I haven't seen any political race so far. The ANC is going to local elections, is preparing for that. I never saw the presidential thing coming.
Can I take you to the exchange that you had with Mr. Madlanga in relation to D-Day?
To?
D-Day.
All right.
That's the 31st of December.
Page?
My section, it starts on, well, the relevant passage that I want to deal with is 59. You have it?
Yes.
And we've been through it already.
Is it paragraph or page?
Page 59 of the annexure bundle. Today's D-Day on the other side, I also think you must stand back, you say to Mr. Madlanga. He says, stand back? I don't understand what you mean. You say for your safety and business, we must just fight what comes your way. And then he says, this won't change my contribution towards the minister, though. I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist. I just don't want to fight losing battles. What does that sound like to you?
It doesn't sound like nothing. He was just saying he won't change his mind to contribute to the minister, and he has made that conscious decision, and he won't back down. Whatever help the minister needs from his side, he'll be happy to assist. So the minister.
What funding had you been asking him for?
No, we have not asked funding from him. He has not.
Sorry, Mr. Mogotsi, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you were trying to explain away D-Day, you were trying to persuade the Commission that D-Day was the deadline for his contribution to January 8. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And that was for funding?
For the celebration of ANC members traveling there.
Yes, but on the same day as that happens, he says to you, this won't change my contribution towards the minister, though. I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist.
Yes, he said so.
What help did you think he had in mind?
Remember, it was only after he has met with the minister, he would declare what he would want to contribute. So far, he has not met with the minister. And when I try to digest this, I find it very difficult to explain this, that maybe a knowledge of how campaigns are done. This is not the way campaigns are done. Campaigns, you don't just meet Mr. Brown alone and he tells you about campaigning and he gives you money. Campaigns are done differently.
Well, let's see what he says immediately after he says, let's see what happens immediately after he says, I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist.
Yes, that's what he said.
So that is at 1140 at the bottom of page 59. If you go to the top of page 60, what do you say? You say, here is our backlog, and we now need to deal with this. It's a last day. I thought we spoke about it, but we did many regions. It's only 2 regions left. Is it possible for you to intervene on the membership for 2 regions, 12.5K each, because today we must pay?
Correct, but all these messages, they don't talk about. You see, it is going to be very unbelievable. Even in my region right now, they were going to the regional conference. Doesn't need Madlanga or the minister to be involved. This that you see, people talking about regions and so forth, it happens every time when conferences or celebration comes. It's not, you cannot fundraise a particular region and align it to the minister. It's individuals in that region that will ask you to assist them.
But it's in response to Mr. Matlala saying his contribution towards the minister is not going to change.
Yes, that was...
Whatever help the minister needs, he's going to provide.
Yeah, but it has not, you know, commissioners, every time when these things start, a person will have to meet with the campaign managers and the team. If you are talking provincial or national conference, and when he had those intentions to do that, he has not. It is unfortunate that I had, according to what former Minister Brigitte said, he said Matlala said he met me with Senzo Mchunu and he was going to contribute to the presidential campaign of Senzo. I'm saying those campaigns have not started.
Can I look at not what you say today, but what you wrote to Mr. Matlala at the time? Let's go down the page, still on the 31st of December, D-Day. Go down to 1908. You say, we managed to push. We only need for those 2 regions. Then you send a bank account of an OD Lekwaba. Who's OD Lekwaba?
That was for Durban, yes, it's the same, my fiancé.
So, but who is Odile Kwaba?
It's my fiancé,
Oh,
yes,
okay. So you send your fiance's bank account,
yes.
and you say we need 25K only, and then at 1910 you say we'll engage with everything and anything we need, my boss. The problem is we're going to lose voters in the two regions.
That's correct.
Now, how are you going to lose voters? Who are those voters there to vote for?
No, every region, you see, it should not be that is for the presidential for Senzo. Senzo does not contest in those regions. The assistance was directed to those regions.
So what is the voter issue?
The voters are members that should be assisted. Those are voters.
Members that should be assisted to do what?
In their own regional programs.
You see, Mr. Mogotsi, what this looks like to me, and I would submit to anybody else who looks at it sensibly, is that Mr. Matlala says, I'll do anything that you want to support the minister. I'm here to help the minister. And you then say, well, give me 25,000 to pay for these two regions, because otherwise we're going to lose voters. That's the help the minister wants.
Unless if I have written, okay, let me stick to the minister, or the minister say you must pay 25K. This should not be mixed with that. There's no way the minister comes in these things. Even if he had, I'm saying, should there be any presidential campaign, there was going to be a team which, and most of the time, the minister will have his chief of staff as a representative, probably. Not only Senzo Mchunu, most of ministers or any political head. That's why they have their chief of staff as their political appointees to that.
I see. Well, we'll have to leave that one there. So
Before we leave, Advocate Chaskalson, Mr. Mogotsi, why would Ket Matlala be discussing with you a contribution towards the minister on the 31st of December 2024? If it has never come up before, why would he suddenly be talking about a contribution towards the minister?
It was his wish that he will meet with the minister and he will want to contribute for whatever the minister wants. And like I said, if there's any other thing that from the investigation that I picked up, in the midst of all these things, Matlala initially in December the 7th, he told me he wants to meet the minister, he has a problem with his tender, he wants to meet the minister, and once he can meet the minister, he can help him, he can do whatever. Business people do say such things. The important thing is do not put the minister close to this person. That was the instruction of the handler. And they did not meet, he did not even give the minister a cent.
But when Advocate Chaskalson put to you that this is what Ket Matlala thought he was doing, you said, no, that's not the case. Ket thought he was contributing towards the ministers.
No, it was not for the minister. Me and him never agreed that the minister's program is starting now. Please contribute to the minister's having. We never. And I'm not in a position, that's not my capacity, to can ever lay or look for money in the name of the minister. People who can look for money in the name of the minister are those he appoints to run probably his campaign at the right time. Here, the campaign has not even started. Look, we are talking December last year. We are going to December. Even next year, December, the campaigns will not be there. We still have 2 years to go to talk presidential campaigns.
well, can I take issue with that answer? Sorry. Let's go to page 112. That's the WhatsApp that you fabricated to send to Mr. Matlala, pretending to, or masquerading as a WhatsApp to the Chief of Staff. You remember that?
That's correct.
And you created that to look like an authentic exchange between yourself and the Chief of Staff, even though it was fabricated.
That's correct.
So it was designed to say what Mr. Matlala wanted to see you saying to the Chief of Staff. Is that correct?
That's correct, that's correct.
Can we go down to, well, 112, what's forwarded there is the letter of complaint from inside SAPS. And then 113 is the key piece that you want Matlala to see. You want to see that you're fighting his cause. And there you pretend to be saying to the Chief of Staff, this matter may be escalated to you because of non-performance. Our guy needs your intervention. January 08 guy who's about to take over our program. What are you saying there?
The fact that the message is fabricated, I was trying to show him that it is the guy of January 8, it is the guy who wants to take over the program.
And what's that program?
As you say, remember I was telling you about this, the charity organization in the KZN. This is the one. It's not yet the president.
So it's not a political campaign now, it's the minister's private charitable foundation.
Yes, this is what I also told.
So Kat Matlala was a funding guy, but he wasn't funding a political campaign, he was funding a charitable foundation.
Yeah, which he has not funded. It's the message designed for him to see, for Matlala to see that I send this message.
I see. Well, let's go back then to page 110, because at least we now have some clarity. On page 110, at the foot of the page, you say the guy of the funding is also in Joburg from Tuesday. He's the one I said has a 3 billion contract with SAPS. Well, we now know that Mr. Matlala is a guy of the funding because he's funding the minister's charitable campaign.
Yes. Yeah, I told you it's not even 3 billion, it's 30 million. This is Josias, a different person.
I see, yes. Well, let's first clarify how Mr. Matlala ticks these boxes, and then let's get to Josias. He is a guy of the funding. He, on your version, has offered to take over the minister's charitable foundation, or the funding of the charitable foundation.
The program, yeah.
Yeah.
But in this time, you just tell me the program.
Okay. Yes. But he's certainly offering funding for a project of the minister's.
Kind of, yes.
And he has a contract with SAPS.
Who
Mr. Matlala.
Yes, yes.
It's not 3 billion. How much is it?
The tender for Matlala?
Yes, the Medicare contract. Do you know what its value
is?
is?
360 million.
360 million. So a bit of exaggeration in this text if it's applied to Mr. Matlala. You say it doesn't refer to Mr. Matlala.
No, it's Josias.
It refers to Josias.
That's correct.
Does Josias have a surname?
Yes, I think he's a vendor surname. He actually told me he has a contract at SAPS, and he was willing to do whatever that we spoke about.
Well, let's get his surname first, because we can then track down Josias.
I only know him as Josias, including him. He never met the minister. He never met the chief of staff. He was just trying to say he can contribute to the guy Josias.
So someone with a vendor surname and a first name called Josias told you he had a contract at SAPS. Was the contract in the name of a company, do you know?
Yeah, we have not yet met and shared the details. He just said he's got a contract and he wants to contribute to that charity organization.
So he wants to contribute to the minister's charity, and he has a contract with SAPS, but you don't know what that contract is.
Yes, I didn't know.
Yesterday or the day before, I think you mentioned that it was a 30 million rand contract.
That's correct.
So you know the value of the contract, but not the subject matter of the contract.
Commissioners, if you check this thing properly, it's not the first time. Someone will say, I'm doing cybersecurity, or I'm doing this and that. I want to meet the minister. When in actual fact, you will tell the minister, somebody has interest and he'd like to meet with you or whatsoever. as a comrade, he'll say, hey, man, tell him to go to my province if he wants to contribute in my province. Tell him to speak to Chief of Staff if he wants the meeting. But Les Josias, when I said Tuesday, that meeting also never happened. We never met, and I never made follow-ups because even after that, he did not speak to me much, Les Josias.
So it's just another unfortunate coincidence here that your text refers to someone who seems to tick the boxes of Mr. Matlala, but actually relates to somebody else called Josias who has a vendor surname and whose other details we seem not to be able to establish.
Yeah, but commissioners, I believe that for Minister Senzo, I could have said this guy has a contract of 360 million, is a Medicare company. I should have given the minister details if it was CAT.
I see. And the fact that you just referred to the funding guy and the contract with SAPS is evidence that it wasn't CAT.
May you please repeat the question, Commissioner?
The fact that you just referred to the funding guy and the contract with SAPS is evidence that you weren't referring to CAT. Is that what you're suggesting to us?
Commissioner, I get confused that, well, I sent this message and I've said it so many times that if it was CAT, perhaps I could have identified him differently as opposed to this.
If it wasn't CAT, why did you bother sending this to CAT?
Is to show him that I'm working and I'm very close to the minister and I'm doing something every day. That's, you know, he knew that he has the minister's man all the time. And he did not, that's why sometimes he'll even say, I see you are sending me so many things. What is this? What are you talking about?
So this is just another unfortunate coincidence. You send to CAT a text that looks for all the world that it's referring to him, but actually it isn't.
I don't know what Commissioner is seeing to be a coincidence here.
You see, Mr. Matlala, I'm reminded of what the villain says in one of those early James Bond movies, which is once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. We're at about 8 times, and you want us to believe that they're all just coincidences.
But there's nothing coincidental here.
It's not a coincidence. You send a text to CAT that looks for all the world that it's referring to CAT, but it's just, unfortunately, a mistaken appearance. It doesn't refer to CAT, although it looks like it's referring to CAT.
Yeah, but Commissioner, CAT did not have 33 billion in contract. No one has. I don't know of anyone. And I knew this was 30 million.
I
And
see.
you'd also understand, maybe you want to ask me, how does CAT feels when I say there's a guy who is going to meet, is also has a contract and is going to be available on Tuesday? Maybe if that was the question, Commissioner. Is that the question, Commissioner? Or how does he feel when he sees this?
How does CAT feel when he sees a text from you saying that he's going to be in Joburg on Tuesday and that he's expecting a meeting with the minister?
Another person.
Another person.
That's correct.
Let's look at what happened with CAT. because straight after you send this meeting, as you send this, this text, if we go, staying on page 111 down to 2037, the very next text, you write to Kat, they just left the Lekgotla.
That's correct.
Yes. And he says, so what's the plan? Should I make my way there or what?
That's the
He
plan.
thinks he's coming to a meeting with the minister, does he not?
No. This is the time when I said General Brigitte was in Kat's house. This is the one.
Sorry, this is the time?
When I said after Lekgotla, that's when General Taylor was in Kat's house.
I see.
That's correct.
So you send him a text which says that the guy of the funding is also in Joburg from Tuesday, and he's the one with the contract with SAPS. You then tell him they just left the Lekgotla, and he says, should I come over there? And actually, he's not meeting the person who was told, apparently, that he's in Joburg. He's there to meet somebody else entirely, General Pele, who's not been mentioned in any of these texts previously. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but this, commissioners, the meeting here, this is now this is now January. This is the 26th of January on a Sunday. Then
let's take you through the sequence. The chat with the minister is on the Sunday the 26th of January.
that's correct.
Monday was the 27th. Tuesday was the 28th. You tell the minister that the guy of the funding is in Joburg from Tuesday, from the 28th.
That's correct.
On Thursday, the 30th, you send that text to Kat.
That's correct.
And Kat says, and then immediately after, on the same day as you send that text, you say, they just left the Lekgotla. And Kat says, should I make my way there or what? What does it look like to you?
Yeah, but you see, this commissioners, perhaps council, you imply that this was the meeting I spoke about. It was not Tuesday. This was now on Thursday.
Yes, but what you said to the minister is the guy with the funding is here in Joburg from Tuesday. Thursday is from Tuesday.
Yeah, that's correct. But Kat is staying here in Gauteng. He's staying in Pretoria. For him to have a meeting, I wouldn't have to say he's there from Tuesday. He's staying here. I can tell you, that's why I said perhaps the question here is, how does Kat feels to show him these meetings? It is for one reason that I showed him these messages, especially this one. One talks about a woman who's doing cybersecurity. The other one talks about someone who's doing a business and whatever and whatever. Is to show Kat that he's not the only business person who will want to engage with the minister. There are so many other pro-business people who can meet with the minister. Could you show him that the minister is also, that he should not believe he's the only businessman who's there. You show that, no, the minister is busy, you also have this one, you also have this one. And you are showing him also in this message is that I am able to tell the minister to meet this businessman. I am able to tell him, meet this businessman, meet that one. You are showing Kat to continue believing that himself, he'll have this chance to meet with the minister. It's not that it's mistaken and it's coincidental that this now refers to Kat. No. Now here, let me tell you, I need, and this is very sensitive, but it happened. When I said, should I made a plan there? I wish on this particular two things, Commission, may I approach Council on these two things? To approach Council only 5 seconds on these two things that I need to give clarity about. Or else I'm going to request to make a representation, because this is something that is I don't really think I can just say it here. Maybe I should just ask 1 minute, ask them.
Chair, there may be a route through this. I had arranged with Mr. Matla's counsel earlier that, I apologize, Mr.
I'm fine,
Mogotsi.
no.
Mr. Mogotsi's counsel earlier that because we might sit a little later today, we would have a break. Well, I would ask for a break. And why don't, if we could take a 5-minute, 10-minute break now, just to give Mr. Mogotsi a bit of a break so that we can sit a little later.
Let's adjourn and come back at 10 past.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Chair, I understand we have to finish within the next 50 minutes, and there are some other topics I'd like to get through, so I'm not going to pursue that last line of questioning any further. Mr. Mogotsi, if we just quickly run through a chronology, your signal message to the minister that we've been looking at was sent on 26 January. The meeting with the colonel who was possibly going to trap Generals Khumalo and Mkhonazi was on 29th January. In Parliament yesterday, the Chief of Staff mentioned that the Minister had scheduled a meeting with you for 3 February, which was a week after you sent the Morning Minister a letter about the Khumalo and General Mkhonazi matters and the funding guy with the contract with SAPS. He says that the 3 February meeting apparently couldn't take place because people were called urgently to Luthuli House. What was the 3 February meeting going to be about?
It's going to be a political meeting.
Political meeting?
That's
and
correct.
What in particular?
We call different people from different regions.
Different regions of the Northwest or different regions of...
It was, I think, it was the Northwest, yes.
And why did they have to meet with the minister?
And if it's political, it means they would have raised their political issues with the member of the NEC, National Executive Committee member of the ANC. They will raise their political issues with him.
So it just so happened to be that the member of the NEC that they wanted to raise issues with was the minister?
That's correct.
And who were these people who were due to come?
It would be members of the ANC.
No, I understand that, but if they're coming to see the minister in the capacity as
Members of the ANC.
those members of the ANC, you can happily give their names.
The names of the people who are going to attend the meeting.
Who were going to come to that meeting. You see, I ask you this question because the Chief of Staff's version yesterday in Parliament was remarkably unparticularized. He couldn't point to any attendance register. He couldn't point to any people who were there. He couldn't point to any access at the gate. He could say nothing other than that he'd been asked to set up this meeting and that you were bringing people, but they couldn't come.
Yes.
So what I want to know is who were the people you were going to bring?
Commissioners, a meeting of that sort.
Mr. Mogotsi, it's a very simple question. Who were the people? They have names. What were their names?
I don't get the point, Minister. That meeting never took place. It is because, let me explain this properly, Commissioners.
Mr. Mogotsi, if you know the names, it does not require an explanation. Do you know the names or not? If you do, please give us the names.
The names were not yet prepared because we were relying on when they said people were called to Luthuli, it means whoever that we are planning to bring, being a leader, you cannot bring their followers without a leader. It is leaders like your regional leadership, regional chair and secretaries who were called to Luthuli House. Now, we could not convene any other meeting without the regional leadership. So at that stage, we did not have people, we could not put up a list and say, here are the people who are going to come.
Sorry, I genuinely don't understand that answer, because if the answer is that the regional leadership and chair would have been there along with other people, then
No, I'm not saying that.
you're not saying that.
Yes, there was a
What are you
meeting which we had with regional secretaries. I have names, but that one did not materialize. When you call that meeting, you say, please bring one rep from your region. And if that meeting does not take place, those reps, you won't be able to see them, and therefore you don't have the names.
You see, if I understood the version of the Chief of Staff correctly, it's not consistent with what you're telling me now, because the Chief of Staff said that it was already a few minutes past the scheduled start time for the meeting when he was called to say that people can't come because they've been called urgently to Luthuli House. So if that was the situation, you would have known who was due to be at the meeting, and the fact that they were subsequently called urgently to Luthuli House wouldn't prevent you from telling me who was supposed to be there but for the Luthuli House call.
You know, commissioners, there are so members, many members of the NC that I know, my friend. I would have just said, Tato, Tepo, Mama. It's to be honest, once a meeting is arranged and did not, that meeting, for him to say it was the last minute cancellation, it is because the leaders who were not coming here, the leaders were called to the tool. So the same leaders could not give us their names, could not give us their representative who were coming. I'm saying to you that because there are even few members now who left the ANC. I could have called their name or called to F, but we did not have the list. I was also going to meet them here in Gauteng. So I don't have the names.
So this meeting was about ordinary ANC business in the Northwest?
Not business.
What was it?
Like concerned members. If you say one rep per region, it means Northwest has 4 regions. You will bring 4 people. But those leaders you are talking to, you'll never know who are they bringing. So that meeting, therefore, never took
And
place.
what was the purpose of the meeting? What were you going to raise with the MEC, with the minister in his capacity as an NEC member?
I don't know what they're going to raise. It is them who have to come and give their political overview, their feeling in the province, and so forth.
But the Chief of Staff said it was your meeting, that you were bringing people, that the minister had scheduled a meeting with you and some people you were going to bring.
Yeah, you know, commissioners, I was watching the same thing that we're talking about. I could have had answers of those people. I'm saying only the leaders who were called to Luthuli, the leaders who were called to Luthuli did not give me those that had to attend. So I cannot have the names, even if it was my meeting. And those people that were coming to attend for that meeting, it's a normal thing for maybe comrades from KZN or Free State to meet with the minister, is to raise their general concerns from where they come from, not me, where I come from, where they come from, to raise their issues and with a member of the National Executive Committee.
And have you been involved in any meetings of the NEC, or not NEC, meetings with the minister in his capacity as NEC member, other than that meeting that didn't happen?
Yeah, there was a meeting of regional secretaries, and only 2 of them came with their drivers, and the meeting could not necessarily be fruitful, but it took place. I was present in that meeting.
Where was that? Where and when was that meeting?
Ministers, State House.
And when?
Commissioners, I'm not good with dates, and this is a disadvantage, but it was last year. I can't remember.
2024, not 2025.
Not 2025.
I'm going to move on to another topic which has been touched on in part. It's the apparent advance notice that you got of the disbandment order. I'm not sure if there are any issues that the Commission wants to traverse before we go.
We will ask our questions when we resume, so we'll let it go.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
We know that the PKTT disbandment letter was sent from the Chief of Staff to the National Commissioner's Office at 17:20, that's 5:20 p.m. on New Year's Eve, 31 December 2024. That's when the letter went out. If we go to your chats, and this is a point that Commissioner Khumalo raised with you, at 11:32 on that morning, which is a good almost 6 hours before the letter went out, you were telling Mr. Matlala that today is D-Day on the other side. And that he must stand back for his safety in business, and he said, this won't change my contribution towards the minister, although I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist. Just don't want to fight losing battles, he says. And you've had an exchange to Mr. Matlala is anticipation of the disbandment letter. You denied that.
I deny that.
And you have suggested that what you were really speaking to Mr. Matlala about was he had to pay today because it was the deadline for the January the 8th contributions.
That's correct.
How does that explanation square with his response, which is, this won't change my contribution towards the minister, though. I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist. I just don't want to fight losing battles. Why did he say that if what you were telling him was you have to pay today, otherwise it's too late?
Yeah, on that part, he was talking about his safety and his business. Remember, I told him there are possibilities that the KKTT could come to your house. Now, and as I'm repeating it, the statement again, Commissioner, I said the D-Day had to do with the celebration. Now that I'm saying we will fight for all the way for him, and he's still saying, he's also trying to please me, that, okay, and myself also, my boss, I won't change my decision. I am going to help the minister and whatsoever. But the point is, the reason he said that he was trying, I believe he was trying to please me.
Well, we have traversed this, and you have traversed it with Commissioner Khumalo. I'm not going to take it forward. I do want to put to you that what you were referring to was not deadlines for payment, but was anticipation of the disbandment letter.
So far, it is vividly clear that Matlala, I was talking to him openly. If there was a letter coming, I would have given him that letter. It's the first time that I hear even that the letter came from the Chief of Staff. And because I'm talking to him, probably I would have received the letter the same day and showed it to Kat the same day. So I only got the letter from social media, I believe it was the second day.
Well, let's wait till we get there, because before we get there, on the 1st of January, at 13:41,
Page?
Page 62 at the bottom of the page, there's a text which you've denied, or a chat which you've denied. At 13:51, the text reads, "Good day," it's from you to Kat. "Good day, I've arranged a meeting for Sabia and the minister must have a solution." You say you never sent that.
Page 62.
Sorry.
Yes, I did not send this message.
You deny sending that. I have to put to you that your denial is unsustainable, but we will in due course bring the technical evidence to show that this text could not have been planted in that body of WhatsApp messages, but it's a technical question. I don't want to take it further with you now, but I have to put it to you.
Oh, I hear that there will be a technical person for this. You know, it's my wish, commissioners, that this cell phone for CAT, when you are having those experts, perhaps I should be allowed to bring a same machine.
Sorry, the same machine.
Yeah, we know they are using the cell bright machine. And I've said yesterday, this cell bright machine, South African Police Service it has that machine. No one operates it. They are utilizing these other companies that I cannot mention. That machine, you choose the message that you want to extract. And if they, I wish they bring it here on that day, they extract. Once they are done, they must allow us to also extract, with my person to extract.
If you want to appoint an expert to be present at the mirror imaging of the phone from the original sealed evidence bag in which it's kept, and to make your own image, we will make the necessary arrangements if that is necessary.
Yeah, not mirroring, not to mirror, to do what they did, the download, to show you from the phone, the day it was bought till today. Whatever that was taken out, we'll be able to take out. Whatever that was deleted, we'll put it back. Things that General Mogotsi said there in Parliament, that they can do what. Like I said, commissioners, with us to run this.
Mr. Mogotsi, I don't want to have this debate with you. I'm tendering our cooperation if you want an expert appointed to perform these exercises. When we get to it, your legal team can be in touch with us.
Thank you.
Let's then get to the 1st of January. And at 10:38 on the 1st of January, you send a message to Mr. Matlala, which we see at page 63, 10 p.m. 22:38. The message says, the task team that came to your house and harassed you has been dissolved, / disbanded. You see it?
Correct.
And your evidence was that you sent this message after finding the disbandment letter on social media.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And I asked you whether it was public social media or private social media. Had someone sent it to you privately? You said no, it was publicly accessible.
That's correct, Commissioner.
You see, I want to put it to you that evidence is false, because we have done a comprehensive search of public social media, and the earliest that any public source announced the disbandment decision was when the journalists who scooped the story posted about the disbandment decision on X at 21 hours 32 p.m. on the 2nd, not on the 1st, on the 2nd. So you had in your possession information of the disbandment 23 hours before it went public.
It's not true. Who did that study, I don't know how he's going to prove that that journalist was the first one to get that was the first to run the story, or when did the journalist get the story. I got the letter from the social media, and it was all over social media. And everyone, including General Mogotsi, General Masemo, no one mans up and say, including the recipient, no one receives to accept to have received the letter. All of them say they got it from the social media.
Indeed, everyone did get it from social media. My contention,
commissioners, is that the recipient of that letter is the one who leaked it, because it was against the wish.
I'm not accusing you of leaking it.
No.
I'm just putting to you that you were aware of the information before it was publicly available on social media.
I was not aware. There was no way I could be aware.
Well, if you can track the source from which you found that that letter, I would be very interested in knowing that source, because we see no evidence whatsoever of any publicly available source speaking to that letter before 21:32 on the 2nd.
I don't know if I'll be able to find it, commissioners. My only wish is that maybe this PKTT now, if it still exists, should maybe be given to Limpopo to run it, or Gauteng, because this PKTT, for it to be based in KZN, it is a problem. Maybe it should be given to General Lassane in Northwest or someone, because just to see what will happen if it is administered or managed by different people. Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I just check this? Mr. Mogotsi, you say you say the recipient is responsible for leaking the letter. That's what you said.
Yeah, it's in my view. I'm not speaking.
Oh, you're not stating it as a fact.
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we go down, still on page 63, to the 2nd of January at 8:58? There you send a message to Mr. Matlala saying they got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they're bringing all the dockets to Sibiya.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes, and there was ultimately a decision to bring the dockets to General Sibiya's office. But that was only taken officially in March of 2025.
That's correct, Commissioner.
But you seem to have advance notice that this decision was going to be taken.
Yeah, this has been coming so many times, and I'm trying to think perhaps we should check who actually gave the directive that the dockets must go to General Sibiya. I think that's where now even the Commission should establish whether is it Brown Mogotsi who said take those dockets to Sibiya, because now I have mentioned it and I gave example to say I was with someone, there was issue of the docket, it was somehow I was made aware that the dockets belongs to the Deputy National Commissioner. And I then thought, indeed, they're gonna go to him. Now, the story that, because I knew beforehand, maybe we now have to check, especially with the subs management, the brigade, the major, the general who was here, we must check who said the docket must go to General Sibiya, so that we can see if is it the minister, because it's somehow purported that is the minister or chief of staff, someone I'm
Mr. Mogotsi, I'm not interested in who said it. I'm interested in when it was first said and why you assumed, or you said that was happening on the 2nd of January at 8:58 in the morning.
Yeah.
When it happened, we know it was several months later. What we're interested in is why you said that on 2 January at 8:58.
The dockets belongs, all the dockets are they are reporting to the Deputy National Commissioner.
So you considered it simple common sense that if the task team's going to be dissolved, the dockets would all go back to General Sibiya's office as the Deputy National Commissioner.
Yeah, it can be common, because it's not common for everyone, that time for me, because I knew that the dockets, as a matter of principle, I heard from someone telling me that Deputy National Commissioner is responsible for all the dockets in the country. Therefore, I presumed that they will go back to him.
You see, we've had evidence in this commission relating to whether it was common sense or common practice. And the unanimous evidence is that it wasn't. Can I take you to General Mkhunazi's evidence in the exhibit bundle at 187? Do you have 187?
I have.
There, the evidence leader, Advocate Senzo SC, in line 11 asks this question. If a task team in KwaZulu-Natal is disbanded, and I'll assume for purposes of this question that it is correctly disbanded, what automatically happens to those dockets that the task team handled? And General Mchunu responds, the case dockets, commissioners, belong to a police station. The cases opened at a police station get registered. It's going to have a case number of a particular police station. The docket might be investigated by a specialized unit, a task team, or whatever that is established, but in conclusion thereof, it goes back to the police station where it was registered. So if there was a decision to stop the work of this task team on dockets that are already finalized, will need to be returned back to the stations, and dockets that are still under investigation will also need to be returned back to the very same stations, so that those dockets will be allocated to different investigators at the station so the work or investigation work can continue. So the provincial commissioner said, well, in the ordinary course of events, you would expect dockets to go back to the police stations. But his wasn't the only evidence, because then we heard the evidence of Major General Motsepe. She's actually in General Sibiya's office. And she is the general in the office of General Sibiya who was ultimately tasked with responsibility for these very dockets. And she made clear in testimony before this commission a few days before you testified that it was not common sense for the dockets to be brought back to General Sibiya's office. And I can just read what she said at page 10 of the transcript of her evidence. She says, what I'm trying to say from the onset, there were no proper explanation to me why the dockets were taken here. So the very person in General Sibiya's office who was given responsibility for the office said she had no explanation as to why they would come to her or to her office. So the generals in SAPS wouldn't have predicted that the dockets would go to General Sibiya, but you managed to predict that several months before it happened. How was that?
It happened. Just like that.
Just like that. Another one of these marvelous coincidences.
No. Now check the same provincial commissioner who knows that the dockets must go to the police stations, who has the authority to disperse them to the police stations. Why didn't he do that?
That's a question that we can put to General Mchunu if we choose to. But I am asking you, how did you know that the dockets would be brought back up to General Sibiya when all of the generals in the police force that we've spoken to about this question thought that that wasn't standard practice?
Brown Mogotsi knew. Unless there was a directive from either the person who suspected to have given me the letter. Like now, I speak to Chief of Staff. Here's the Chief of Staff.
I'm not interested in the letter anymore. I'm interested in the knowledge that the dockets were going to go to the office of General Sibiya.
Then the commission, probably the commission should establish who said the dockets must go. Because during some sessions here, chairperson of the commission did ask the same general that there was something like General Mchunu said they must come to Gauteng for audit or to be checked. And the chairperson did not necessarily take that it was a futile, why wouldn't they be audited in the province? Now, I'm scared to get into that terrain that General Mchunu, it is he who brought the docket to Gauteng. And
I'm not asking how the dockets got to General Sibiya's office. I'm asking how you knew on the 1st of January, sorry, on the 2nd of January, that the dockets would be taken to General Sibiya's office.
I would say, commissioners, common sense that I had then is still not common to everyone. Because unless if there was or there is something that probably I'm getting linked, there is a directive maybe from the minister or the chief of staff or the General Sibia himself said, bring those dockets, then you would say, he told me. So I'm saying it was my thinking because the Deputy National Commissioner, all the dockets in the country reports to the Deputy National Commissioner. And I can...
Yeah. Mr. Mkhotsi, someone told you about this letter. You say it was on social media. Why don't you just admit that somebody told you the dockets are going to General Sibia? I mean, it's not what's being put to you is the generals at the SAPS who have testified here have said it did not make sense for the dockets to go to come to Pretoria. That's their evidence, all of them. You're the only one so far before the commission who knew that these dockets are going to go to General Sibia, and you say it's common sense for you, an informer who's not an employee of the SEPS other than a contact agent, you say common sense they would go to Sibia. It's very difficult to, sitting here, it's very difficult to believe your answer. That is the best answer you are able to give.
I can make reference again, Commissioner. I remembered something. Yesterday, when I was speaking about Major General Loshaba's case, docket 38, now I remember again, this was the second time. That docket could not be found. And that, my handler, I remember again, he had to talk to his commander that they should go to the office of the Deputy National Commissioner and give, so that the DNC, Deputy National Commissioner, could give instruction that he wanted the docket. So from the, and I should apologize to use the word common sense because I relied on the first incident after the VIP protection from the Deputy President when they were arrested. I thought that matter is investigated in SAPS, and I heard no, it's done by the presidency. Now but they are surprised why it is done by the presidency because all the dockets belong to the DNC that time. And the second incident is when with the docket 38, it could not be found. I think today. So I knew also.
So you were okay.
Thank you.
So because of the Lushaba docket, what you came to know, you knew from that the dockets, the PKTT dockets will go to General Sibia. I'm trying to understand your answer.
No, I'm trying to say because even the handler and his commander, he had to find a way to get General Sibia to give instruction that the docket should come to him. So I also learned there that the DNC is responsible for all the dockets in the country. That's the little knowledge I have.
So you're saying you knew from experience. It's no longer common sense now. You say you knew from your experience in the Lushaba matter that the dockets, the PKTT dockets will come to General Sibia. Is that what you're saying now?
Not the PKTT. If the DNC is responsible for all the dockets, irrespective that whether it's it PKTT or it's crime or stock theft, I just thought, the common sense came on the basis of that experience that, because the DNC is responsible for the dockets, therefore. Okay. Hence, I request the Commission should establish who said this docket must go to DNC.
No, the question really that Mr. Chaskalson is asking you is how did you know, not a general inquiry. Thank you.
The next stage in this process is when you actually send the letter itself to Mr. Matlala, and you do that on the 2nd of January at 10 in the morning, 10:05. It's at the foot of the page of 63. Now, 10:05 is 11 hours before we can find any public trace of this letter. But we've been through that already. What I want to ask you now is, why is it that you sent the message to Mr. Madlanga informing him of the disbandment of the task team on the night of the 1st of January, but then chose to send the letter on the morning of the 2nd of January at 10 o'clock? Did you have the letter in your hands when you sent that message?
Yes, I did.
On the night? You had the letter already on the 1st of January at 10:38.
That's correct. But I was also trying to establish whether is the letter authentic or not. I kept it, and when I saw the letter now in full swing in media platforms, that's when I sent him the following day.
Well, I'm not going to go back to you in relation to full swing, because, in fact, it was nowhere to be seen until 9 o'clock on that evening. But why did you think it was okay to tell Mr. Madlanga that the task team had been dissolved, but not to give him the letter?
As I said, what if the letter was fake?
Well, then he would be very, very disappointed that you told him that this task team that harassed him had been dissolved, and it turned out that it hadn't been dissolved.
I had to verify if the letter was authentic also.
But you, on your version, you broke the news to him.
That's correct.
Before you did any verification.
That's correct.
Why did you think it was all right to break the news but not to send the letter?
No, that letter was not my letter. I could even take it to Zambia or anywhere. All I need is that Ket Madlanga, this PKTT went to harass him. It will be great news for him. I just said, let me check if this is not fake. Then in the morning, I saw it somewhere. Then I gave him a proof.
But in the evening before, on your version, you knew that it was for real. You broke the news to him. You said it's been disbanded, it's been dissolved.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, it wouldn't be a good move to send it if I have not authenticated it.
But it was all right to tell the news, which is the crucial news he wanted to hear, even though you hadn't authenticated.
Very much. It was so much relevant just to inform him and to bolster that I'm having information beforehand. Like now, if just like SC has said, this is a man who's a professional liar. Like now, it is presumed. I can feel it. It is good. I got the letter from either someone or the minister gave me the letter. That is what possibly in people's mind. Whereas if I had the letter from the minister or from the chief of staff, maybe, and we never exchanged those things. He would say, don't share that letter. I wouldn't have shared it, but I got it from the social media. I did not even have a chance, because I don't talk with the minister these things, to say, hey, did you issue this letter? No.
Well, Mr. Mogotsi, I'm going to move on from this topic, but before I do that, I just do need to put to you that your evidence that you had the letter in your possession from a public source, and I emphasize public, on the evening of the 1st of January is not plausible. It was not available from public sources on the evening of the 1st of January.
I got it from there. I got it from there, and that's it. There's no way I found it except the social media. And I'm saying even the owners of that letter, none of them says he got an email. From General Mkhonazi and Masemola, they all say they saw it from the social media. All of them. No one owns up that I received the letter.
Yes, there are, I think, 5 named addressees of the letter on the email. Can I move to the last topic of the day, which hopefully won't take too long? And I want to address your 2 crime intelligence operations. You say that there were 2 operations, one to investigate Kat Matlala, who you suspected of corruption in securing the SAPS contract, and the second one was to infiltrate crime intelligence to expose corruption there.
That's correct.
And you were handled by the late Warrant Officer Mabazela and your second handler, whose name you've given to the Commission. And you were briefed by General Sabia on both of these investigations at a certain point.
I briefed him.
You briefed him. And if I understood your evidence correctly, the understanding was that your handlers would keep General Sabia appraised of what was going on with your investigations.
To keep General Sabia.
Yes, to keep filling him in. General Sabia would need to know what you were doing.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, these were 2 separate operations, were they not?
That's correct.
And it would be important, given the nature of the different targets, to keep those operations separate.
No, not necessarily. You cannot keep them separate.
Well, let me put this to you. Kat Matlala was a suspected criminal, is that not right? You suspected him of criminally securing the SAPS contract through corrupt means.
That's correct.
So it would be important to keep crime intelligence investigation material away from Mr. Matlala so that this suspected criminal wasn't given access to classified information from crime intelligence.
Mr. Matlala is not these amateur criminals. He belongs to this league of, like you say, he's close to generals. So me giving or not giving him information, he'll still have access to information.
Yes, but you wouldn't want to give him crime intelligence classified information.
That's correct. Except for if, like he has powerful media control. Unless if I want to publish something, I can give to him.
So if you want to leak something out into the press, you can get it that way through Mr. Matlala.
I could, not only him, but he's one of the people I could use.
Let me put something to you. Page 10 of your statement, paragraph 39. You say there that you got Mr. Matlala to pay for your handler to travel to Cape Town for the January 8 celebrations.
That's correct. That's correct.
He was one of the passengers who Mr. Matlala paid for.
That's correct.
Why? Wasn't there a risk that you would expose your handler's details to Mr. Matlala, who was the criminal you were investigating? I mean, you had to give him a copy of your handler's ID book to book the air ticket.
That was not in the mind. What was in the mind was to make sure that the co-handler and the partner are both in Cape Town.
Well, you did have to give details, including an ID number of your co-handler and an ID book to get the air tickets booked and paid for by Mr. Matlala.
That's correct.
So Mr. Matlala ended up with details of the identity of your handler, even if he didn't know that it was your handler.
That's correct.
You say it was important for your co-handler to come down to Cape Town.
True.
Why?
There was an operation to take place in Cape Town. Again, there were so many people involved. And lastly, if Cat could ever come to Cape Town, because the plan was to inform him in the last minute, if ever it could come to Cape Town, my co-handler should also be there.
You said earlier that it was clear that Matlala was never going to meet the minister, who wasn't even in Cape Town, or Sibia, who you were going to offer him as a consolation prize. It was clear that that wasn't going to happen.
Yes.
So why did you need your handler there?
No, instruction of the handler, I can't say I don't need a handler. If they say you are going to Cape Town, no problem, but make sure you are with whoever and whoever. That's what must happen.
So did General Sibia know that your handler was in Cape Town? Did he authorize getting Cat Matlala to pay for your handler's flight down to Cape Town, giving your handler's ID to Cat Matlala?
General Sibia didn't know that the handler was in Cape Town. He didn't even have to know. An operation carried out in that form, we could not even inform him.
But General Sibia himself was in Cape Town.
He was in Cape Town.
You told Mr. Matlala that. I think the relevant message is at page 85 of the annexure bundle. There on the 8th of January at 17:53, you texted Mr. Matlala and you said, I'm in Cape Town, Sibia's in Camps Bay.
That's correct.
Was General Sibia in Camps Bay?
I knew he was going to stay in Camps Bay. He was not yet there. He was on duty.
Where did you stay in Cape Town?
I stayed in Sea Point. Then I moved to, the second day I moved to another hotel.
Did you ever plan to stay in Camps Bay yourself?
No, I did not have a place to stay in Camps Bay.
Can you go to paragraph 17, sorry, page 79 of the bundle? 6th of January, 10:55.
And that was 79.
79, indeed. There you text Mr. Matlala, morning, is it still fine that we meet tomorrow? I'm off to Cape Town on Wednesday for January 8th. Also confirming the house in Camps Bay.
That's correct.
What were you referring to?
To his house in Camps Bay.
Whose house in Camps Bay?
Cat Matlala's house.
He has a house in Camps Bay.
He said he has a house in Camps Bay.
And why did you need to confirm that?
Now that's another thing. It's work. You see, we know his house in Durban, both here in Gauteng. It was important to know, as we get closer to a person, I had to know his house in Camps Bay. And now that he didn't come, we never bothered. He also had to meet someone from, I kept, if you check on my messages, how I asked him about Camps Bay, it's almost the same way when I asked him about the iPad guy. I kept on reminding him, Camps Bay, because he said he was going to show us, there was going to be someone who's going to do all those things in Camps Bay.
Can I take you then to page 92?
How long will that be?
2-3 minutes, and then I'm off this topic. January 2025. You text Mr. Matlala again. You're now down in Cape Town. My brother, thanks for everything. 2 people outstanding. Number 2, the contact person and the location of the accommodation in Camps Bay.
That's correct.
What are you asking for there?
The same house. He said he has a house, he has this and that, and we wanted to see that house as part of investigation.
And why would Mr. Matlala think that it was all right to give you the contact person and the location of the accommodation in Camps Bay? What did he think you were asking for?
Commissioners, maybe this should also be emphasized. If we saw the house and then we could even get people to sleep, I could sleep there. What was important is to know the house, to know he has the asset.
No, I understand
belonging
that
to
you
this
wanted,
man.
you say you wanted to identify
Yes.
the address and where it was.
Yes.
But what did Mr. Matlala think you were asking about?
The accommodation in Camps Bay, the house.
You wanted the accommodation for yourself, you said.
No, it says it's a holiday house, commissioners. It could host up to 8 to 10 people. But I could not say, I want to see your house. If the house is available for accommodation, you will say, I need to see that house. I want accommodation in that house.
So you were sending this text as though you were asking Mr. Matlala to use the accommodation in Camps Bay for yourself and guests, or what?
Entertainment. I could ask him the same, but he said he has a house there. And if you check the chats, he never responded when it comes to that house.
And did you ever establish the address of this house in Camps Bay?
Establish what, Commissioner?
The address of this house in Camps Bay that
No.
Mr. Matlala had?
No, we were expecting to get a location for that house.
And it never came?
Never came.
And did you ever establish the address of the house that that General Sabia stayed in Camps Bay?
No, I did not, because the General Sibia, I think he was, they booked somewhere in Camps Bay.
He booked somewhere in Camps Bay.
I believe so, because even there were a lot of premiers, a lot of people book in Camps Bay.
Yeah, indeed, they do.
Yes.
They don't usually speak to Kat Matlala about their bookings, though. Commissioners, I have no further questions on this topic. I do want to go further in relation to the broader issue of crime intelligence, but that can come another time.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson. We will adjourn at this stage, and the resumption of Mr. Mogotsi's testimony will be on a date to be arranged between the Chief Evidence Leader and Mr. Mogotsi's legal representatives. We will resume at 9:30 on Tuesday. Tuesday the what? Tuesday next week. Let's adjourn.
Councillor Chair, I thought I'm coming back again on Tuesday.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mkhotsi.
My apologies.
Mr. Mogotsi thought that he was expected back on Tuesday, but it's been clarified that he's...
Oh, your legal representatives will clarify to you, Mr. Mkhotsi.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You utlwile bathong. Ditlhako di botlhoko.